I'm going to say some words in Portuguese, please, to have some information about our schedule. I want to apologize everybody's with the... Ok. Pessoal, eu, em nome do comitê gestor e do nosso evento, eu gostaria de pedir desculpas pelo atraso que tivemos no período da manhã. E para garantir a integridade de todos os nossos debates, para garantir o conteúdo de todas as sessões que estavam previstas e a participação de todos e todas vocês nos microfones, a gente fez um pequeno ajuste nos horários agora do período da tarde. Vamos começar com a sessão que vai fazer a apresentação da consulta e do documento. Essa sessão estava planejada para ter 1 hora de duração, a gente vai procurar fazer essa sessão em 45, 50 minutos. Depois nós seguimos direto para a primeira sessão de trabalho, que estava prevista para ter 2 horas, talvez a gente tente fazê-la em 1 hora e 45, 1 hora e 50 minutos, ganhamos mais 10 minutos. Vamos seguir direto para a segunda sessão de trabalho, portanto, nós vamos ganhar os 30 minutos do coffee break, mas, como a gente sabe, o pessoal gosta de vez em quando, sair ali, tomar um café, pegar um snacks, volta, vai ao toalete. Então, a gente pode continuar tendo esse espaço de sociabilização ali, mas nós não vamos fazer o stop para o coffee break. Então, o coffee break vai ficar servido ali, o pessoal vai poder tomar um café, mas a gente vai seguir direto com a sessão. Assim, a gente também faz a segunda sessão, que estava prevista para ter 2 horas de duração, em mais ou menos 1 hora e 50 minutos, e conseguimos terminar o dia de hoje com as 3 sessões, com a participação de todo mundo, no tempo previsto, talvez um pequeno atraso para nosso coquetel do final da tarde, mas eu creio que teremos uma boa tarde de trabalho. Era apenas essa informação e um pedido de desculpas pelos atrasos do período da manhã, mas tenho certeza que, a partir de agora, tudo vai seguir de acordo com o combinado. Muito obrigada, bom trabalho a todos e todas nós.
Thank you very much, Renata, for all the information. I'm sure they will enjoy our next part of the event. So our next session is the presentation of the results from the consultation and the NETmundial+10 draft outcome document, with an overall presentation of results and the draft document, followed by comments from HLAC members and the audience. This session will be moderated by Bertrand de la Chapelle from HLAC. Monsieur Bertrand, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As the title indicates here, you know that there has been a consultation that has been run before this event. And the purpose of this session is to basically report on the result of this consultation and also to explain how it articulates with the structure of the event itself and the structure of the draft document, the draft outcome document that you have had the opportunity to have a look at. As a little bit of context, you know what the background is. You know about the history, and as we have a little bit less time than what was planned, I will go quickly through this. But I want to highlight one thing, which is the discrepancy between the speed at which the technological revolution is going and accelerating, and the fact that our institutional systems are quite stale. They are stuck in time. One of the challenges is that we have been talking about the institutional framework for quite some time, and if you go back to 2004, Kofi Annan was then Secretary General of the UN, was saying that in managing the internet in our lives, we need to be as creative as the people who invented it. Unfortunately, 20 years later, we haven't really progressed. And 1 year after Kofi Annan's comment, the World Summit on the Information Society, as you know, adopted this definition of internet governance, covering both the evolution and use of the internet, what we now often qualify as the governance of the internet, and governance on the internet. You all know that the multi-stakeholder approach and the distributed mechanisms for the technical governance of the internet has been functioning well. It has allowed the internet to scale to the size that it is today, and it has allowed the internet to withstand the stress test of the pandemic. By contrast, the institutional architecture to deal with governance on the internet is what Laura Denard has called an inchoate system. We do not have really the tools to deal with those issues, and we're still struggling to generate the cooperation, the unprecedented cooperation that is needed to address the transnational challenges of the digital age. In 2014, as has been mentioned several times today, the first NETmundial gathered about 1,000 participants and adopted an outcome document in which there is a subpart that deals with multi-stakeholder governance processes. And I want to emphasize very strongly that when the high-level executive committee began planning this event, it was a full agreement that the goal was to address the institutional dimension of internet governance and governance of the digital world. Not the different issues, not the governance of AI specifically, not the governance of misinformation, etc., but the tools that we use to address those digital issues. And in particular, how to make sure that the principles for multi-stakeholder processes that were adopted in 2014 are operationalized, are made more accessible, so that all the different actors can have guidelines, can have information that will allow them to put those principles into action. Dealing with this is why we are all here. And NETmundial+10 is a very particular event because it is something that has been initiated and organized in a full multi-stakeholder manner, because it is something that, unlike a lot of other processes, something that focuses, as I said, on the institutional, the procedural aspects, on the tools that we use to address our technical and policy questions. And the third element is that it is unique because of you, because of the people who are here, who I believe, and we believe, share something in common regarding the belief that putting the different stakeholders around the same table is a prerequisite for addressing the complex transnational issues that we're addressing. And mind you, this seems self-evident for you in this room, and also the people who are maybe attending online, but it is not at all something that is shared by everyone. And in this environment, the purpose of this event is to bring people together to precisely clarify and formalize this message in the context of many other processes that are discussing how the governance of the digital world should be organized. And so the purpose, as I said, is to present the results of the consultation and the structure of the document and how this event itself is going to be organized. It has been organized around, all of this is actually organized around three big legs. One is related to the principles for multi-stakeholder governance processes that were adopted in 2014. How relevant are they to today's environment? How can they be implemented better? The second axis is precisely operational elements regarding the actual implementation of those principles. And this is, in a certain way, the next step. After adoption of the principles 10 years ago, it is the moment to look at how to do it concretely. And the reason why we need to do this is because we need to be honest with ourselves. It is not easy to do multi-stakeholder processes, and people need guidelines, need guidance and process steps. And finally, the third element is this event takes place, as has been mentioned before, in the context of other processes. It's the Global Digital Compact consultations, it is the WSIS+20 review, it is the processes normally of the IGF, the WSIS Forum, and it is also the Summit for the Future. And it is important, we all believe, that this community shares a certain number of messages regarding the importance of this approach and how it can be operationalized. So, now I will use a certain number of slides, starting with the process of the consultation and going through a certain number of themes that have been addressed. So, in terms of the methodology, I put forward here a reminder for the, a reminder for the 10 principles for multi-stakeholder governance processes. Multi-stakeholder, open, participative, transparent, accountable, inclusive and equitable, distributed, collaborative, enabling meaningful participation, access, and low barriers. And once again, this is about the processes. There are other principles in the declaration of 2014 that deal with larger issues. The objectives of the consultation were basically, one, to measure the degree of consensus in this community around a certain number of ideas and topics. It was also, with more open questions, to collect insight on how the multi-stakeholder approach can be concretely implemented. And third, it was to use those inputs as the basis for the draft document that has been circulated before this event and that you have had the opportunity to have a look at. Very quickly, this was organized by a so-called high-level executive committee chaired by Renata Mieli with a few co-chairs from different stakeholder groups and regions. And altogether, about 40 people were involved actively in the preparation of this event and the consultation. In terms of the responses to the consultation, which was, let's be frank, a little bit for a shorter period than we would have hoped, because it took a while to put in place, but nonetheless, there were 154 responses coming from the different communities, and you see that there was a strong representation from civil society, which is not surprising. You know that the responses are all available on the website. And I want to highlight one thing, which is that beyond what I'm going to present now, there will be an extensive reporting on the results and analysis of the result of the consultation and of the 2 days after the meeting. And I want to give kudos to Ricardo Mateus and his team at CGI for the intense work that they've done to process the responses. So, first category of questions, for those of you who have participated, and by the way, just a quick check, how many of you have actually filled the consultation? Can you raise your hand? Yeah, quite a significant group. Thank you very much. because it was a relatively long questionnaire, and I'm really happy that you took the pain to do it, and thank you very much for your comments. So, if you took the consultation, you know about Likert scale question. One goal was to have something that was more nuanced than yes and no questions. And I will go quickly through the different questions to show the results, because I think it illustrates remarkably well how convergent the ideas of the people who participate in this event are. The first question was related to the relevance of the 10 principles that I've shown that were adopted in 2014 to the current situation, to the technical evolution and the new problems that we have. And if you see, almost 90% of the respondents said that they believe that these principles remain relevant to address today's digital governance challenges. This is a very important message that we want to carry forward. 2 questions afterwards were dedicated to also the relevance, but why we have difficulties to deal with digital issues. And the first one is, one of the key difficulties, or one of the key reasons, is because there's not enough participation of the stakeholders. And here, there is a strong majority saying, yes, it is a reason why we struggle with digital issues, but there are still a certain number of people who disagree on this, which is not the case for the second question related to the same thing, which is one of the reasons we struggle is because people have really very different interests, priorities, and so on. i.e., there's no consensus on the issues. And what we're trying to do here is to gather a consensus on how we need to address the issues, not a consensus on the issues themselves. The next question, and here again almost 90% support this. You all know that basically since 2005 and the WSIS, there is a whole debate about the notion of the respective roles of the different stakeholders. And the principle adopted in 2014 mentioned the respective roles and responsibilities of stakeholders should be interpreted in a flexible manner with reference to the issue under discussion, which was a refinement from the relatively strict mechanism that is in the decisions made in Tunis. And the following question was to try to refine this and talking about the connection with the topic and the phases of the governance processes. And here again, there is a very, very strong message that yes, the respective roles vary according to the type of issue, the venue, and the stage of the discussion. And this is going to be discussed in more detail in the document. So that's about the roles. And there's another question regarding the roles. And this one, as you see, is a much more varied set of responses. People don't agree in the same way, because the question was, most of the digital governance processes apply this principle of variable roles. And here, the main message is that there are very diverse perceptions regarding how the different roles are being handled in different processes. There were a few questions regarding coordination. And here, what is very interesting with Likert scale is that you can ask 2 questions that go in opposite directions. Regarding coordination, there's a first question. If you have several processes that deal with the same issue, is it increasing the risk of conflict and incompatible outcomes? And there's a strong majority saying, yes, there is a risk there. But what is interesting is that people are a bit ambivalent. There is a stronger than in other questions, neutral answers, as if people are not completely certain about this. And what is interesting is that there was a second question on almost the same topic, but that says, on the other hand, if you have multiple processes, it is also potentially a way to have different angles on the same process. And here, likewise, almost 80% agree or strongly agree that, yes, you can cover the diversity of issues with multiple processes, which leads to the next question, which is an extremely strong message regarding the need for better coordination between processes dealing with the same overlapping issues. Another set of questions was, has the capacity to participate in multilateral processes improved? And here, it's another question where the perspectives are pretty dispersed. People think that overall it has evolved in a positive direction, but there's still a lot of contention regarding how much this has been the case. I'm losing the slides, which is making it hard for me to follow. Maybe I can do it this way. Waiting until it comes back. I get the next one. Yes, it's back. Another very strong support was for the notion of how to make sure that when there is an input by non-governmental actors in multilateral processes, people know what has been done with this input. And so you see here, not only is it almost 90%, but there is a big weight for the people who strongly agree. And I think this is a very important message, the first message of transparency. Another element regarding transparency is the notion of non-governmental stakeholders be able to attend or observe. It's not about decision-making. And here again, there is a strong message coming from this community, or those who answered, that yes, being able to observe, being able to know what is being said, for instance, on our behalf by our ambassadors and diplomats, makes sense. And it is the same for the capacity to contribute. Here again, the emphasis, and it's important to understand that this is not about yet decision-making, it's about, as Jennifer Chung was saying this morning, solution shaping, being able to contribute, being able to know how the input is being taken into account, and being able to understand what is being discussed. Finally, a few points regarding existing processes. Relatively positive support for the IGF as an effective space for debates and cooperation on internet governance. Also, a strong message that the IGF lacks the required financial resources to properly perform its mission. And you can see that here, unlike in many other topics, the weight is on strongly agreeing, even if there is a certain number of, a higher number of people who have skipped the question. Maybe they didn't want to publicly take position on that. And a sort of vote of confidence, conditional, that the IGF is a potential vehicle if there are appropriate evolutions and changes, and that it will be able to innovate multi-stakeholder approaches. And that in this case, the strengthened IGF would be a good, preferred place to improve coordination. You remember that there was an answer saying we need coordination between parallel processes. And this is a strong message, again, almost 80%, saying yes, this is a space that will enable cooperation and coordination. These were Likert scale questions, and you can see that there is a remarkable degree of convergence. Usually between 75 to 90% of people agree or strongly agree with those statements. And I think it's the kind of messages that we can collaboratively and together carry outside. I will go quicker on a second category of questions, which is we suggested a series of guidelines or potential guidelines. I don't know why. Yes, there are 12 guidelines, and something I skipped in the translation of the document, but we suggested 12 guidelines, process guidelines, and asked people to rank them by order of importance and how they felt that they should be taken into account. I don't get into the details of them. You can see them online, and you will see them in the reporting. What is interesting is you could have imagined a scope, which is mentioned at the bottom, if everybody had voted to support the same guideline or to minimize another one, the range would be from 150 points to 1,800. And you can see that here, those 12 principles are indeed distributed, and there's a strong emphasis on empowering the stakeholders with information and with the capacity to participate, of the importance of deliberative decision, interactivity between the different actors, and also the importance of mutual respect. And it goes down, but all those principles are relatively in a narrow range because they are all apparently considered relatively equally important. And we even asked separately, if you had to pick 3, which one would that be? And here it is the empowerment of stakeholders, the accessibility to all, which is something that was discussed this morning, and a point that has not been mentioned so much, but the need to have cooperation across borders and also across silos and across stakeholder groups, because people have a need to basically have a joint responsibility. And finally, a third category of questions was open questions, and there were boxes with contributions. And here we received almost 3,000 snippets of suggestions that we are processing and that we used, and that the team used to prepare the draft document, because it was one of the core bases for the document. I will not go through the questions, but they basically try to expand on the Likert scale questions around the 3 big blocks that I had mentioned before. One is regarding the principles and how relevant or sufficient they are. Should they need to be supplemented? Can we get suggestions for improving the implementation? How much coordination is needed? And the points that are highlighted there, you will see are used and are reflected later on the document itself. The second thing was the guidelines for multi-stakeholder consensus building and decision making. And here, and I think it echoes what the Danish tech ambassador was, or somebody was mentioning this morning, the distinction between the contribution of the non-governmental stakeholders in multilateral processes and the development and implementation of fully multi-stakeholder processes themselves. And here, in each time, there is a request to provide examples of good functioning mechanisms. And the third building block was the input into ongoing processes with the ones that I've mentioned. One, the IGF and the strengthened IGF environment, the Global Digital Compact consultations, the WSIS +20 review, and any other processes. So let me finish with the outcome and actually the meeting structure. And I'm really sorry there were glitches in translation from Google Docs to PowerPoint, apparently. The outcome document that you have seen, and if you had the opportunity to read and to approach, is structured around 4 parts. One is something that is connected to the panel we had this morning, the global challenges for the governance of the digital world. And the 3 other parts are directly connected with the three elements that I mentioned before. The principles for internet governance processes, the guidelines for implementation of multi-stakeholder mechanisms, and the input into ongoing processes. Very quickly, so that you own, in a certain way, the structure of this document before we get into the working sessions. The first part, I leave aside the first element, which is the global challenges for governance of the digital world, because in a certain way it's an expanded introduction. But the first part has three blocks: the relevance of the NETmundial 2014 process principles, the multi-stakeholder process principle, which is the respective roles of the different stakeholders, and go a little bit deeper in this. And the third part is the question of coordination that we have, that I've mentioned in the Likert scale. So you see, the first structure is picking from the questions we asked and structuring it around this. The second, actually the third part, is about the two elements that I mentioned: the guidelines for the implementation of multi-stakeholder processes, participation in multilateral processes, and actually guidelines for multi-stakeholder consensus building and decision making. And here I want to highlight one thing that you will see in the document, is the distinction between the guidelines themselves, the operational guidelines, and what we call process steps that look at what is the workflow of governance. What are the successive elements that need to be taken to move from the agenda setting to the actual adoption of a governance framework? So you see the structure of the whole document is 4 big parts, and each of the 3 key elements reflect the consultation. And the 4th part is related to the contribution that we want to make as a community into the processes that I've mentioned. And so, to complete the coherence in general, this is reflected in the meeting structure because we have 3 working sessions. The first one will take place, I think, immediately after this, and the other ones later on. For each of them, the goal is to refine the outcome document. And here, I really want to make a call, and I've been tasked in a certain way by the high-level committee to make this call to you in saying, when you will make comments on the document, keep in mind that the goal is not to include absolutely everything, but to have as concise and as sharp messages focused on the process aspect so that the external world has a clear message that comes from this community. It is extremely important in the current environment that there is a clear message and that we focus on being as concise as possible. However, this doesn't mean that in the working sessions you should be exclusively doing a sort of drafting or so. You can also make contributions like you did in the open questions of the consultation, because we are still collecting them during this event, and we will indeed report on everything that has been said afterwards. Because this is material that will go into other processes. So, working sessions to refine each part of the outcome document and to collect further contributions. And most importantly, to formalize meaningful consensus messages. So that's the main objective. With this is the conclusion, and I want just to share one thing, which is that in the current geopolitical environment of tensions, it is extremely easy to despair, and it is extremely easy to think that we're going on a bad trend. This community has the capacity to share an aspiration to a world where the governance brings together around the same table the people who are relevant on an issue-by-issue basis. And the question of what is the message that we give to the world, I think there is a very strong message, which is we can do better, and it is our responsibility to show the world how to do it. And I want to finish with one thing, which is, it is striking for me and for a certain number of people of my generation, the graybeards, to see in this room people who were barely born when we were dealing with the WSIS in 2005. And I think it is extremely inspiring to see that the new generation is continuing this discussion and that we will have meaningful discussions on how to carry this torch and generate the energy and gather the energy to carry forward this spreading the multi-stakeholder mission. With that, we have, I think, about 10, 15 minutes max. If you want to come to the different mics, keeping on the good tradition of NETmundial 2014, there are 5 microphones in this room on each of the stakeholder groups. So if I'm not mistaken, I have the list here. So the technical community is over there. The private sector is next. The governments and intergovernmental organizations are here. Civil society is there, and academia is there. So my question to you is, one, was this presentation clarifying the approach, and does it show enough the coherence of the method? What are your first reactions, knowing that you will have the 3 working sessions to go into the substance? But do you have first reactions? Are there things that struck you in the results that I presented? And what are your first comments? So let's open the floor for the first time, because you had a lot of sessions this morning. So if you want to make comments, please stand up behind the mic and don't hesitate to contribute. I can recognize some people. Please, sir, introduce yourself.
Sorry, sir. Sébastien Bachelet, I will not answer your question, but I have a lot of friends who are online and get trouble with interpretation, with ways they participate, and furthermore, the fact that we change the hour, it's quite complicated for the people. We have really, we put hours for people, and when you are abroad, when you are far from here, it's quite difficult to reorganize your life. We can go to lunch later, but we can't when you have a family to take care. Please, let's keep the timing.
Okay. Please. Okay, let's go, because you were first and there was nobody then. Let's go from one extreme to the other, please.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, Pierre Bonnet speaking from afnic.fr, and thank you to call me an extreme. Just first of all, for your question, that was very clear. So thank you very much. Just a remark. It's not seen in the result of the consultation, but it seems to me that we are very quick to pass from the internet governance to the digital world governance, or what is called the digital realm in the consultation, in the outcome. And I would like someone to elaborate on that, because it seems to me that it's very different. And by the way, the discussion we had this morning within the technical community, talking about what is a technical community, is it internet infrastructure technical community, or is it broader, illustrates this change of paradigm between internet governance and digital governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimson.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jameson Ulufuyi. I represent the concerned private sector organization for Africa, Africa ICT Alliance. Well, we've been following the consultation very well and carefully. And one thing that strikes me, based on your presentation, is that we have moved beyond debate, really, because there's a lot of kind of aggregation of opinion or view on the acceptability of multi-stakeholder participation and engagement. And that is to say that we're more in the state of dialogue. We're now dialoguing with ourselves. How can we improve this process? And I think that is a major, major shift from debate to dialogue. So it's a very good outcome that I've seen, and I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paul Blaker, and I represent the UK government. We'd like to congratulate and thank the organisers of this excellent and important meeting. This is a critical moment for the community to come together, to get organised, and to develop and reaffirm a clear agenda for multi-stakeholder governance. We welcome and support the draft outcome document, and thanks to all those involved. And thank you, Bertrand, for your summary presentation. It's important that the document has impact, and we'd encourage those holding the pen to consider adding a summary to ensure that this meeting sends some clear and compelling messages. The key messages for us from the consultation and the document are firstly, the need for policy-making processes to continue to reform and improve to live up to the NETmundial principles. Whether it's in I-STAR organizations or in multilateral processes or other policy-making spaces, all of us have work to do to make sure that these processes continue to be fit for purpose, and we think the document could say that more explicitly. Second, the need, as you said, Bertrand, for coordination between processes. That means taking a more strategic, long-term view and strengthening the IGF so that it can more effectively bring people, organizations and processes together and help stakeholders shape more coordinated approaches. And finally, the need to avoid duplication. The landscape is already so complicated. I work for a government in a developed country, and we find it hard to follow so many different processes. I can't imagine how difficult it is for a small business, for a developing country government, for a civil society organization. Inventing new bodies, new processes, new reporting mechanisms can have damaging consequences for good governance and undermine inclusion and representation. We need to get better at improving the processes we already have and making sure they really follow the NETmundial principles, which are as relevant today as they were 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. As I see, yeah, before I come to you, is there a question from the remote participants or a contribution? No, not at the moment. But please, I should have said that. Please don't hesitate if you're following remotely to put your questions in the appropriate basket. Yes? Aha. Nothing like counting people. Do you want to read it? That's probably the best way.
Testing.
Yeah.
We are receiving a request to speak in a microphone from Wood the Natries. Wood the Natries, please
Yes.
join us.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Bertrand, for this excellent presentation. So it was very clear what is expected.
Excuse me,
from us in the
Wood,
coming
can you speak just a little bit louder if you can?
Try to get closer. Is it better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Thank you, Bertrand. Thank you for this presentation. I think you very excellently explained what we're going to do in the coming days. On behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety, which is an IGF dynamic coalition, we would like to stress that we think that security and safety of end users is severely underrepresented in the text. And that I think it's important for when we're talking about internet governance, that security and safety of all users of the internet should not be a topic that is almost overseen in this text. So that would advocate it to have it in the text, for example, in guideline number 6. Thank you very much for the opportunity and have a very successful meeting in Sao Paulo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wout. I think you can go, Wolfgang, because it was in this way, and I would nobody from civil society yet, and then I can go over there. Wolfgang, please go ahead, because we were going one past there, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus, and I think that an important message is in the title here when we speak about the governance of the digital world. I think this title is based on the broad definition 193 member states agreed in Tunis on internet governance. The definition was proposed by the Working Group on Internet Governance, the WCIG. I was a member of the WCIG, and we had a long discussion about a narrow definition or a broad definition. And finally, we proposed to the summit in Tunis to accept a broad definition, which goes far beyond the management of the technical resources and included also internet-related public policy issues. I think this is important because since in the last 20 years, we have seen the emergence of so many new issues which have raised governance issues. We have now a language like digital governance, data governance, ICT governance, cyber governance, AI governance. So there's a little bit confusion in the terminology, but going back to the Tunis agenda, the essence of the definition in Tunis was that the complexity of the issues is such a big one that you cannot manage these problems in a one-stakeholder approach alone. No stakeholder alone is able to manage the processes. You need all stakeholders. So, and this is relevant for AI, this is relevant for cybersecurity, this is relevant for ICT. And I would add here one point, that what was missing in Tunis was that we had no set of principles. This gap was solved 10 years later in the NETmundial with the NETmundial principles, so we have a framework of principles. But what was missing 10 years ago was procedures. And I think this is now extremely important that we have now in the section on guidelines, we have criteria for a measurement, you know, what really multi-stakeholder processes are. So it's about not only the yes or no for multi-stakeholder, but the how. And the how is important, and the guidelines give us now a mechanism in the hands where we can measure, you know, how multi-stakeholder processes are. And I invite the academic community beyond NETmundial+10 to develop a mechanism where they can measure multi-stakeholder processes. This could be a good task for GigaNet at the next IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will, if you don't mind, I will close the queue. No. I keep the people who are there, but I will close the queue afterwards to catch up with the time. If there is one person online, I will make an exception. Is there somebody? Okay, so if you don't mind, if you wait 1 second, I will go to the online contribution. No? Okay.
Yes, there is. Sorry, Bertrand, it's Cheryl. There's a slight delay in unmuting when we're online. Just as one of the online participants, and there are many of us, we have been putting comments in the appropriate comment methodology in the chat, so you're not talking to no one out here outside of the room you're looking at. And in response to your question, in general, from many of the stakeholder groups, it was clear, it was concise, it was appreciated. So just so you know, when you ask, are there comments online, apparently the only way we get to be recognised in commenting is actually putting our hand up. But there is a lot going on in chat. Just want to make sure you knew. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your turn, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Anderson Santana, a journalist from the Northwest region and activist. I congratulate the event for its vital role in discussing the present and future of the Internet and ask that all sectors are increasingly committed to ensuring more inclusive and equitable representation. NETmundial+10 is crucial to shaping the future of Internet governance, but we must recognize the pressing need to expand the participation of rural, indigenous, quilombola communities and tools with... Thank you.
I'm sorry that the last sentence was lost. Can you try to see if the last sentence was lost?
The NETmundial is a crucial to shaping the future of Internet governance, but we must recognize the pressing need to expand the participation of rural, indigenous, quilombola communities and those with low connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Please.
Yes.
Yes?
Hello, everybody. Okay, now it works. Nicolas Fiumarelli from the technical community, Internet Society Uruguay chapter for now. Then I will talk about others in other opportunity. Yes, one thing that is important to consider in the Likert questionnaire, the answers say or show that there is a lack of inclusion, but it's not mentioning lack of participation. So it's not an issue maybe of participation, but about inclusion of all the voices, right? So there are, about the how we can do it. There is a greater involvement of ideas talking about this AI-driven alternative to the institutional or the classic multi-stakeholderism. This is an approach that removes these traditional barriers, such as waiting times and queuing that could hinder equal food and equity participation, as we talked in the early morning. So by facilitating a more procedural, asynchronous with documents after the sessions and immediate and massive involvement without geographical or temporal constraints, I think we will have a better multi-stakeholder process.
Thank you very much. So with that, in order to send, I'm in the, oh yeah, sorry, oh, Alison, please.
Thank you very much. Alison Gilward from Research ICT Africa and University of Cape Town. Thank you very much, Bertrand. That was very clear. I just wanted to make the general point. You said we're not going to deal with that expanded introductory section, which really places the context. I think it's absolutely critical that we do, before we go into some of the procedures and processes and things, that we actually explain how different and complex this environment is and the need and the potential of multi-stakeholderism in that process. So I think setting up that introduction in a way that more critically engages with the concept of multi-stakeholderism and acknowledges the failures and what could be done to rectify those, including locating multi-stakeholderism in the ICT ecosystem where it's required now in its multiple dimensions, and identifying the extreme inequalities of armed opportunities in this environment. So when we speak about equitable participation in multi-stakeholderism, separated out from the underlying inequalities, we're going to be having the same conversations 10 years from now again. The inequitable participation of stakeholders particularly from the majority world, is because of the structural conditions that are there. So I think we really just need to acknowledge those up front. Otherwise, we keep, in the Global Digital Compact, in the WSIS, we keep saying, there's this rhetoric around, inclusion and equity, and not equity, which I think we really need to include. I think the missing principle here is not just inclusion, but equitable inclusion. And it can only happen in multi-stakeholderism if there's more equitable inclusion in the digital realm, digital economy, digital society.
Thank you very much. So with that, I close this session. Of course, it's. I had said that I was closing. I'm sorry, Susan, because we had to catch up a little bit on the delays this morning. So just a quick remark, because there was a question that was raised about the idea of a summary or an executive summary. This is something that has been discussed, and I think I'm not revealing a secret, within the high-level executive committee. One of the goals is not to draft something that is completely different, but maybe with your help to abstract a certain number of the sentences that will be in the draft final document to make a sharp and concise message, if we can. But here again, it is extremely important that we all share the notion that we have only a day and a half to design a sharp message, not only for ourselves, but also vis-à-vis the rest of the world. We will not solve everything. We will not find the perfect system for multi-stakeholder participation. But what I think we are all here to do is to join forces to have a coherent message externally, not that there is one single model, but that we do believe that getting the different actors around the table is necessary to solve the different issues. And I think Wolfgang has answered the question that was raised before. This is indeed about the governance of the digital world, the governance for the digital age, and the large interpretation of the definition of internet governance, so that it is not restricted in a defensive manner to the protection of the existing institutions, but that it is also about improving the other ones and a positive vision. With that, I thank you very much, and I pass the baton to the next session.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Bertrand, for the moderation of the session. And now, let's delve into the working session 1, Principles for Internet Governance Processes. This is the time to gather inputs from the community to the outcome document. This session will be moderated by Raul Echeverria and Payal Arora. They are both from HLAC, and Jordan Carter, also from HLAC, will be the rapporteur for this session. So let's welcome them on stage. So you can now feel free to start, okay?
Good afternoon, everybody. Just give us 1 minute to be ready. There is a moment where you don't expect your computer to is reboot, but it always happens with when you are not expecting that. Okay, welcome everybody. Bem-vindos, boa tarde, todo mundo. We are here, my name is Raúl, as it was already introduced, and we are here with Pale and Jordan, all the three of us, members of the high-level executive committee, and we are here to do our best effort in order to really stimulate a conversation on the contents of the outcome document. I think that the presentation from Bertrand was very good, very useful. In fact, he already said many things that we were planning to say. The ideas, as Bertrand explained in 2014, we in NETmundial adopted a set of principles. In fact, there are 8 groups of principles: human rights, on security and stability, cultural aspects, and other things. And one of those groups is the group of Internet governance process principles. And this is the group of principles, the 10 principles that Bertrand showed in the previous session on the screen. This is what the discussion is about today, and where we are asking you to share your opinions and views. The consultation we organized that was presented by Bertrand shows some interesting things, and there is a general perception that the 2014 process principles are valid. Not only are valid, but they are necessary for dealing with the present and future challenges. So this is the information we got from the consultation, and this is one of the things that we will ask you to speak about. That is an accurate representation of the reality. How are you seeing that those principles are being interpreted in different places and different processes? What's your experience, and your takeaways from other processes, governance processes? Other pillar, we could say, is the implementation. And while the opinions vary depending on the stakeholder groups, there are some variations, but in general we can say that there is a broad support to the idea that we still have to work on the implementation of the 2014 principles, that they have not been fully implemented in every local, regional, and global processes, especially in multilateral processes. So this is another point where we think that your opinions, your comments would be very valuable in order to continue working toward the outcome document. Finally, in the consultation, there was also a question with regard to the need to conduct further conversations and dialogues with regard to the possibility to update the principles, and obviously those principles adopted in 2014 are not carved in stone. And while this is not the intention to have that discussion deeply in this meeting, but it is very important in order also to feed the outcome document, to know what is the opinion of the community in the sense of the need or not to have further discussions, and how to conduct those discussions in the future about an updated or improved version of the principles. So that's the introduction, and before speaking about some logistics, Pale, do you want to add anything, please?
Yeah, just a brief few points drawing from the morning session so we can move forward. I think it's very clear that we need to reaffirm our commitment, not reinvent the wheel. The question is, how do we get people on board and breathe life into these principles? I think the second point is, it's also quite clear from the morning session that we should not disassociate process principles from substance principles. Values matter, but the question is, are these principles as they stand holding true to both process and substance? And if not, what needs mending? I think the third is about operationalizing these principles. Are these principles, accessible as well as operationalizable, right? And the fourth one is, as we've heard a lot in the morning from these principles, they need to be working for everyone. And it is about equal footing and equity approaches. So in what ways are these principles reflective of these ethos of engaging with those we typically haven't been including and engaging with? And lastly is, people, emphasize again and again about big tech and saying technologies, particularly with AI and other new technologies, are moving so fast, we need to make sure that the principles catch up. I think we are asking the wrong question, so should we ensure and can we ensure that these principles are resilient so we're not reactive to tech, not following their lead, but can be the leaders through these conduits? And so with that, I hope we can move forward.
Thank you very much, Pale. You already know how it's the mechanic of, for the participation. There are 5 mics available, so each of them correspond to one stakeholder group. So please go to the right mic in order to speak. And we have here a set of volunteers that are working in following the remote participation, so they will also help us to give the floor to the remote participants. And we will do that rotating in order to keep as much balanced as possible the conversation among all stakeholder groups. And having said that, there is an outcome document, a draft, a proposal for outcome document that is available in the website. And we are now speaking about the point 2 of the document, that is the principal section. I don't know if it is possible to looking for Bia. There is too much light here. Okay. I don't know if it is possible to project. Yes. Okay. Thank you. To project the text that of the document on the screen, and the floor is open. So please feel free to go to the microphones. Don't make us to speak more. This is, that's always there are complaints about that the most of time is used for.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, we have one people online from technical community, please. Jamili Velasco.
Okay, we start by the technical community. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi.
Can you speak louder, please?
I'm Jamili. I am from technical community. I'm network analysis and business consultant, master's in business administration and management, postgraduate in data science, MBA in information technology management, cybersecurity, and cybercrimes. The ongoing relevance of the 10 principles for internet governance is crucial to ensure that internet remains open, free, secure, for all its users. These principles provide a solid foundation to guide policies and practices that promote inclusion, innovation, and the protection of human rights online by providing operational guidelines for implementing these principles in diverse situations. They help ensure that internet governance policies and practices are adaptable and effective in the face of constantly evolving challenges. Through the evolution for governance architecture for digital issues, these principles also provide a flexible framework to address emerging issues such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and regulation of online platforms.
Okay, thank you very much. Here we have Jordan, my right is taking notes of all the participations, and he will provide a summary at the end, trying to collect all the significant points. Please go ahead, civil society.
Good afternoon, Olga Kirilluk from Internews. I would say the principles remain relevant, but probably after 10 years, we should not only be talking about how we should be implementing these principles, but also looking into the mechanisms, how those processes, those internet governance processes, which claim to be multi-stakeholder and all these other points, how do they actually comply with all these principles? So probably there could be some formal, informal self-evaluation, external evaluation mechanism, which could help us to see whether indeed those who claim to be all of that, they actually are all of that. Also, the technical comment, I think that's not maybe that much critical, but probably good to have these principles formulated in a uniform manner, because if we look at the first 8 of them, they are formulated as how the process should look like and with the adjective. And then we have the 2 last ones, which are formulated as a noun. So it does not hurt to make the 2 last ones, for example, accessible with low barriers and agile, not to have them different from the rest ones. Also, another comment I would like to make is about the sentence on the 4th page, which sounds like that. This is because it is the very clash of perspectives, insights, interests, and priorities that generates the solutions needed. I would say it's never the clash of perspectives that creates the solutions. It's otherwise the willingness to listen and to give up something of your position in order to accept something from the other's position. And this is what we see, this is what the consensus building is about. So I would just suggest delete this sentence because it does not have any valuable meaning here when we talk about multi-stakeholder and different interests and perspectives of different stakeholders. And again, coming back to what was already mentioned, that there should be some clarity throughout the whole text about what we are talking about, whether this is governance of digital world, digital realm, whether this is internet governance or digital cooperation. So it would be really good to have some uniform language throughout the text, or otherwise just explain what do you mean by each of these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From which group?
Civil society.
Civil society, so go ahead, so we have one.
Yeah, okay, Marita Moll from civil society will speak now. Marita, please speak now.
Maybe we can pass to the next. Oh?
We have another person from Amrita Shudri. Oh, Marita. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Marita Mall speaking. I was disabled from unmuting. Sorry about that. I just put some stuff in the chat, which I wanted to read out. suggesting that the internet governance had to proceed via the multi-stakeholder model, which includes civil society and end users as equal partners with government, technical, and commercial industrial groups. And we need to pay a little more attention or really focus on accountability and transparency in a grassroots, bottom-up decision-making process. So I don't hear those words here very often at the moment, at least not so far, about the need to continue with our grassroots and bottom-up processes, which is the only way which we're really going to have solid multi-stakeholder contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to academic sector, please. Go.
Can you hear me? Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Guerrero. I'm here as part of the academia sector, more specifically the University of Salamanca in Spain. Regarding the principles for internet governance processes, I have a proposal that is to consider the inclusion of a new principle, the principle of environmental sustainability. I would like to offer also 2 reasons why this proposal should be considered. The first reason is the great importance for the internet community to recognize and make visible the impact that digital technologies have on the environment. Now, highlighting this level of importance is not new. In 2024, NETmundial participants decided to include the principle of access and low barriers, which, if we look closely, is not really a principle applied to governance processes, but rather an idea about what internet governance should aspire to. I truly believe, given the climate emergency we're living in, the time has come to include a principle related to the environment in our NETmundial+10 outcome document. The second reason is related to the first one. The organizers of the public consultation have indicated the interest in sharing the results of NETmundial+10 with other internet governance processes, such as the IGF, the Global Digital Compact, among others. So in that sense, we have here a unique opportunity to send a clear message to these processes and to the actors that participate in them, specifically the governments. Now, I concede that 10 is a magic number, but we can figure out how to include if the people that is participating here consider this is enough important to be included as a principle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is any online participant from academic sector? No, so let's move to government, please. Susan.
Thank you. Susan Chalmers from the United States. I'd just like to make 2 points very briefly. The first point is an invitation for the drafters to consider how to introduce some clarity to the text on terms. The text right now, when it refers to the subject matter, that is the focus of the principles, uses the following terms: governance of the digital realm, governance of the digital world, governance of digital technologies and development, digital governance architecture, digital governance processes, the governance system dealing with the internet and digital policy issues, and finally, internet governance processes. We would suggest simply using 2 general terms, multi-stakeholder internet governance, to refer to governance of the internet and referring to its technical architecture. And then on the other side, multi-stakeholder engagement in digital policy processes, or something similar, which can apply both to multilateral engagement, multi-stakeholder engagement and input into multilateral processes, and also standalone multi-stakeholder processes into digital policy. From a government perspective, the second point I wanted to make is that in the preamble, in the 2014 document, very helpfully had a preambular statement that clarified what this document is and isn't. I think it could be helpful for some governments to use language like the NETmundial principles were published.
Sorry. It seems that it's not working. Okay. Can you please... no, but maybe you can complete the idea. Please, can we... Just a few seconds, please. Can you?
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Just to consider adding that preambular language about the context of the document and whether the principles were adopted versus supported or endorsed. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any government participant from online? Yeah, okay, good. Go ahead with the...
Hello. I represent Government of India. We should consider following the key remarks to consider when deliberating on the principle of internet governance. Building connectivity for the next billion and empowering existing digital citizens require a collaborative commitment toward bridging the digital divide and promoting universal and affordable access for all. This effort can be enhanced through human-centric, development-oriented, sustainable, scalable, secure, accessible, and inclusive digital system, such as DPI, digital public infrastructure, that have demonstrated their potential. Their safety, security, resilience, and trust within the digital ecosystem are vital to advance digital transformation and effectively harness the opportunity and address various challenges it represents, such as urgency to accelerate inclusive digital transformation for all, especially for unserved groups and people in vulnerable situations. Data play a critical role for ICT and global development. It support sectoral advancement, advancing the UN SDGs and enables informed decision making. India is the only home to the largest user base, but also a significant data reserve. Therefore, we give increasing importance to privacy, ethics, and respect for sovereignty to underpin digital data governance. We seek to foster a digital ecosystem that promotes respect from human rights, privacy, protection of data, personal data for all, contributing to implementation of 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development and achievement of SDGs. The internet governance ecosystem plays an integral role toward achieving this vision, and we must strengthen it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are going back to civil society here. Ready?
Thank you, Raul. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jason Pielmeyer from the Global...
Sorry, I think that everybody learned the fact that that when the time is over, the microphone will stop functioning. So please, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Raul. Jason Pielmeyer from the Global Network Initiative. I just want to raise 2 points, which are relevant to this second section, but are actually recommendations that perhaps fit better in the first section. And that is because the first section contextualizes the second section. The second section currently focuses on the internet governance process principles. As you noted, Raul, there are a series of broader internet governance principles from the 2014 document. Presently, in the first section, the document just reaffirms those process principles, which some could interpret as a step back from the broader set of principles. I don't think that was the intent of the drafters. I think we should clarify the document specifically by saying that we reaffirm the continued relevance of the internet governance principles and the 10 specific principles for internet governance adopted in the 2014 NETmundial document. The second recommendation that I would make is also to reinforce language from 2014, perhaps in the same section of the preamble, by stating that we reaffirm the internet as a global resource which should be managed in the public interest. That language, global resource which should be managed in the public interest, is from 2014. And on behalf of civil society, we think it's important to reiterate it in this outcome document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a civil society online participant. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, Amrita Chowdhury.
Hi, hope I'm audible. As in, if I answer your question, yes, the NETmundial 2014 principles are still relevant, but obviously they need some modification with time, such as harmonizing global interoperability with localized governance. Also, how there is a need to delve more into how to optimize the multi-stakeholder governance so that the flexibility can be improved, the representation and accountability can improve, and also the issues like emerging issues of rapid technological advancements, etc. How to explore mechanisms to create more accountability, transparency, and oversight in this decision-making in these aspects is important. Another point which one of our colleagues wanted to raise and is not there is, while the term accountability has been used several times in the document, but nowhere is it mentioned accountable to whom. So perhaps, and without a direct idea of what kind of accountability is expected and to whom, the words sound a bit meaningless. So perhaps that needs to be looked at, and that is all which I want to raise in this aspect. Thank you.
Now it's working. Thank you, Amrita, very much. Please, the clock is not working. I don't know who is in charge of that, but if it could be fixed, it would be good. We are going to technical community, and thank you. And we encourage people from private sector to also to participate. The line is empty. Go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Tobias Prado. I am speaking on behalf of Internet Society Brazil Charter. I want to thank the organization and all the stakeholders here for contributing with the development of Internet governance principles and processes. But much has been said about regulatory and public policy making processes at the national level that threaten multi-stakeholder governance processes and the Internet way of networking, leading to the fragmentation of the Internet. In the point 2.3, the draft brought important recommendations about coordination of governance spaces. In third paragraph, it has been said that new working methods needs to be developed to improve coordination while avoiding conflicts. So some organizations address this in the open consultation, and I would like to know how you addressed these concerns on the draft construction once, despite there being a clear effort to extend the IG's outgoing principles and process to the digital world. A specific message on this issue was not addressed as well. There has not been any conceptualization of digital governance. In this sense, we understand that it is necessary to emphasize and recommend the development of Internet impact briefs to evaluate the impact of policies and regulations on the Internet, primarily to consider whether these actions could lead to Internet fragmentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have anybody from technical community online?
Well, actually we have from private sector, Mrs. Laurie Schulman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Laurie Schulman, and I am very pleased to be here on behalf of the private sector. I want to thank the organizers and the HELC and all of the panelists and moderators for their intervention. I feel that this conversation is timely and if not overdue. I wanted to make a point about the beginning of the document and discussing the multi-stakeholder processes and frameworks. And to the points made by other colleagues about clarification of language, about making sure there's flexibility and agility in what we perceive as multi-stakeholder, whether it's engagement or governance by a multi-stakeholder model. In that regard, in section 2.2 of the document rightfully acknowledges that each stakeholder group has different roles and responsibilities depending on the topic and phases of specific government processes. The distribution of roles and responsibilities between stakeholders is an ongoing and contentious area of debate. It may be helpful to add to that recommendation that perhaps these roles and responsibilities be mapped and clearly articulated at the commencement of each process and reviewed periodically to ensure that the applied multi-stakeholder framework is appropriate. This would allow for flexibility and self-reflection on a process-by-process basis. What works in one forum may not be optimal in another forum. And I'm adding here, as a member of the private sector, and which was noted in the documents, many of these multi-stakeholder designations were done 20 years ago or more, and things have evolved. And a great example is myself. I represent a trade association whose members are primarily in the private sector, but we also include academics. We also include students. We also include civil society actors who are interested in intellectual property protection. So there are stakeholders who probably are wearing many hats. And I think it would be appropriate from time to time to ensure that what we're designating as stakeholders in a particular context is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will beg you to be a little patient because we are trying to balance the participation from different groups. So please, Jorge, government.
Hello, boa tarde. Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. Happy to be here in Sao Paulo. So I think the document, and it couldn't be otherwise, as I'm in the drafting committee, so to say, I'm fine with how it is drafted. But in the last days, and also discussing with colleagues, it came to us, or it came to be the idea that we deal very much with structural elements, with process elements, and we forget a little bit about the mindset, about the attitude you need to have, or which is more conducive to having this kind of multi-stakeholder discussions. So in that sense, I would like to offer a little contribution or an idea of a language we could add at the end of perhaps point 2 on this mindset that is relevant for multi-stakeholder discussions. And this goes like, such a multi-stakeholder mindset requires the courage to explore diverse viewpoints, to challenge one's comfort zones, as well as a commitment to reaching out to the other or to the others. It presupposes openness and empathy to understand the needs and aspirations of the other stakeholders, and acceptance of the legitimacy of their needs and interests as a necessary condition for shared and equitable approaches. So I leave it to you and also to the rest of colleagues participating here. I see there's a conversation.
We're going to drop the data bomb
online
tomorrow.
If anybody was sleeping, I'm sorry. That was intentional. That's okay? Okay. Can you finish, please? You have around 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think I finished, so it's just an offer for the drafting committee and for the rest of colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technical community, please.
Thank you. Byron Holland from CIRA. We operate .ca, top-level domain operator. as well as the underlying DNS, and provide a number of DNS infrastructure and cybersecurity services as well. First, I just want to say thanks to the organizers, and certainly thank you to all the folks who worked hard building this draft document. There's lots of great work in it. I'm going to stick to things relevant to a technical community member. I have a couple of observations and suggestions. Like the US government representative said, there are many different uses of the words digital, digital realm, digital governance, internet governance. I think we need to clarify those. I see those as two very different spaces, digital governance and internet governance. Not only do we need to clarify them, use them separately, but we also need to use them consistently throughout the document. I think that would clarify the document and enhance the document significantly. And I think this is particularly relevant because there are very important distinctions between internet governance, governance of the internet, fundamentally the governance of the technology that actually operates the internet, and governance on the internet, the governance of the applications we see and interact with, like platforms as well as the new technologies. And this is a critical distinction. Governance of the internet has been discussed, debated, enabled for probably 25 years, and while never perfect, it's well established. And it's fundamentally based on multi-stakeholderism. It's the tech that's put 5 billion people online, and quite frankly, seamlessly dealt with the pandemic and all of those challenges. The digital governance, digital realm, is going to have to deal with many new and emerging issues, be they technological like blockchain, AI, quantum, as well as many very important digital issues like misinformation or online harms, among numerous others. These are by definition alternative and emerging spaces. They deserve their own space. I don't think there can be a monolithic solution to all of these governance elements, and we just need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Right in time. Thank you, Byron. So please, civil society.
Hi, I would like to grasp this opportunity to speak in Portuguese. Meu nome é André Fernandes, eu sou diretor do Instituto de Pesquisa em Direito e Tecnologia do Recife e eu gostaria de fazer algumas considerações a nível de sociedade civil. Parece que a gente, apesar de ter os princípios postos, não tem uma prática evidente e um consenso real sobre o que eles significam. A palavra significativo, que aparece nos guidelines, não se revela em mecanismos infraestruturais para garantir a inclusão de vozes diversas. Nós vemos com preocupação o fato de não podermos avançar em temas críticos que surgiram ou se tornaram inegáveis nos últimos 10 anos. No contexto brasileiro, tal fato se revela numa dupla desigualdade, que afeta não só a assimetria de ser uma periferia econômica numa dinâmica política global, mas ainda de existir um reforço de uma desigualdade no interior do país. Essa realidade é comum a outros países e populações do sul global. Parece, portanto, a nosso ver, que certas filtragens nos princípios, se inexistentes, não vão resultar em algo sequer próximo de uma ambiência multissetorial. Notadamente, a lista deveria incluir 3 preocupações concretas, não algo sobre futurologia. O problema do racismo como uma questão transversal e que reforça desigualdades no norte e sul global. A preocupação ou filtro ambiental, num contexto de cataclisma e num contexto em que toda a discussão política está pautada na manutenção de uma dinâmica extrativa, que dá base ao que a gente está fazendo aqui na tecnologia e exauriente do planeta. E, por último, uma preocupação regional, incorporando que há realidades muito diversas dentro de cada etiqueta que é dada a um país ou a um setor. E, para além disso, que complexifica todo o sistema. Obrigado.
I will ask everybody not to applaud every participation because that it will not be good for how it flows the session. One thing that I'm asking to the participants is to be indulgent with the translators, so please don't speak very fast. I have received already a few comments and also the people that is not native in the language that is being used by the speaker can have problems to follow the conversation. Which sector? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we have Walt de Netris. We have Walt de Netris.
Can you repeat, please, the name so we can take notes?
We will receive now Walt Demetrius.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Raul. Hello, Joao. And everybody, once again, I would like to point to security and safety of all end users. I think that is a principle missing in the list, and I would advocate to add that, unless we add it to accountability. Why? I think for two reasons. All end users are at this moment open to attacks that they literally often cannot do anything themselves about, despite all the responsibilities that an end user at home receives. And why is that? Because many of the internet standards that are security related and ICT best practices are not being deployed by industry. So I would advocate to add security and safety to the principles so that it is clear where responsibilities are. And when it is my own personal responsibility, I will have to do that. But in many cases, I can't. I can't make my bank deploy DNS security, for example, and it hasn't. On the final comment on the IGF itself and the intersessional work, I think that is an opportunity that is perhaps a little bit underlighted here. It's mentioned, but I think that it could be used as a best practice for policy networks and dynamic coalitions to actually debate these sort of questions that are up in the air, and that way get more weight when they come up with an action. So if that could be added as a recommendation to actually use the IGF in its new more intensively, then the IGF will become more prominent and more important. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, Academy.
Hi, I am Carolina Álvares from Universidade Federal de Juiz de Fora and from the youth delegation of CGI.br. I would like to build on our colleague's former comment from civil society about a matter that perhaps should be included in this section of the document, in the sense that the Internet governance principles are shared values, should not only be reaffirmed, but also further developed to address current concerns. Specifically, the accessibility principle, for instance, should address not only the accessibility for people with disabilities. We should adopt a broader view of the principle to address issues of accessibility regarding income and regional disparities, lack of physical infrastructure, especially in developing countries, and age-appropriate accessibility to contemplate children, teenagers, and elderly users of the Internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so concise. Please, remote participation.
We'll have now Marcus Christoph.
Academic sector, right?
Yes, hello. Yes, can you hear me? I'm Marcus Kummer. I'm listed as a senior advisor to Diplo Foundation, but I was also previous stakeholder groups, government, UN, and technical community. Just a short comment on the recurring question on definition of what we're talking about. And I think Wolfgang made it very clear, speaking earlier, that we had an agreed definition, on working definition on internet governance back in 2005. We don't have any definition on digital governance, but when you look back at the definition agreed on in 2005, it covers all the issues. And there are supporting paragraphs that says it's not technical issues, it also includes public policy issues. So there's no dichotomy between digital governance and internet governance. And my short intervention will be just to make sure that this outcome document reaffirms that the principle of internet governance covers everything. Once we agree that digital governance is different, then we also accept that there may be a need for new institutions. So there is also a political implication of that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Marcus. A pleasure to listen to you. Please, governments.
Thank you. Pierce O'Donoghue from the European Commission. Consistently through this document, which we welcome, we wish to make a distinction between improving the multi-stakeholder processes and ensuring and enabling multi-stakeholder influence on multilateral processes. With that in mind, we would also, as others, appreciate the opportunity to comment on Section 1 with regard to the challenges. And in that, I think the fourth paragraph, we should start by saying, recognizing and affirming the foundational roles of established multi-stakeholder bodies in facilitating effective internet governance. And the following paragraph should then refer to the fact that it is necessary to strengthen multi-stakeholder spaces for participation beyond those established multi-stakeholder bodies to improve mechanisms for building consensus. Then moving on to Section 2, which is this section, and in that very first paragraph after the principles in the box, we feel that it is necessary, before stating in the second paragraph what is the importance and the role for the communities themselves, we must again reassert the importance of this process for the internet. So we must, at the end of the first paragraph here, state the process principles respond to the still essential need to preserve an open and interoperable internet as a foundational global resource and counteract tendencies towards both governance and technical fragmentation. And then we do have certain minor textual suggestions to make, but if we could move on to Section 2.2. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Section 2.3. Again, we need to strengthen the references, and some have referred to this already, to avoiding institutional duplications and fragmentation. That fragmentation is very important. And also, in a very pragmatic way, we should reflect it with appropriate financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, do we have any participant from government online? No? Okay. Please, go ahead. Private sector.
Thank you. This is Mark Darisgaud. I run an internet governance consultancy. In relation to the multi-stakeholder model, we are not really discussing one key aspect, which are the working methods of this system, of this process. We are engaging several important discussions, but we are not touching upon something key, which is that the way we work is sometimes not ideal. We go to our own stakeholder groups. We first reach decisions within those groups. Sometimes very difficult decisions are made within this context. And then those discussions ascend for each stakeholder to discuss among each other at a point where they're already very locked in on a position. That particular stakeholder is already locked in into this position, that one in that other, and it's required then at that point that we come together. This is not in every process, but in a lot of them it is. And that doesn't seem like a great recipe for these processes to work, especially very fast. In other situations, we actually get to work together from very early on, every stakeholder at the same table discussing the same things. And this expedites the processes a lot because we get to understand the positions very early on and actually try to build together. So how do we move towards a system that actually tries to include actors on this at the same table as early as possible so that we get to flag what are the discrepancies, what are the pluses? Because whenever we are taken to have to discuss this at the highest level at the end of the process, that doesn't seem to work out very well. So maybe we should discuss a little bit about the methodology of multi-stakeholder processes and work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicolas Fiomarelli, Technical Community, ISOC Uruguay Chapter. Yes, I am in line what Mark said.
I think that the principles remains the same as 10 years ago, but we need to think about how to implement it better, like the evolved Internet Governance Forum, or maybe just say in the IGF Plus, because we have the transparent principle, but we don't have a process to track and visualize every stakeholder contribution, how these comments are going in the bottom up from the local, national to the regional to the global IGF messages at the end. Also about the accountability, we need to have a system that tracks every decision-making processes and stakeholder contribution per region, per different demographics, right? Also, the inclusive and equitable principle, we need to have more asynchronous documents working because these queues are limited. We have time constraints. Not everybody could travel. Not everybody can connect to the internet to participate. So we need asynchronous documents and participation. Also on the distributed principle, we need to have more local and regional inputs into global discussions to be more effective. We are not having that right now. If you see the disparities between the national Latin American IGFs and then the Latin American regional IGF, they are starting over and over to discuss again on the same issues, as Mark says, so I am in alignment on that, and on enabling meaningful participation. I think we need to have more synthesis of the documents. We right now are doing manual reportings on the IGF. We have the session transcripts for every session at the IGF, but we are not considering the transcripts. We are considering what the rapporteur saw at the session, and that is in the final messages. So we have also this access and low barriers principle. We know, and this was severally talked about this, that not everybody had the same opportunities to be at the IGF or at these processes. So we need to have like local hubs and a unified platform for all national, regional, and youth and global Internet Governance Forum. And they could have these hubs isolated and then incorporate, traveling to a place that have internet and incorporate in the unified platform.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hi. Hello. I'm Luis Carpino from the University of Ribeirão Preto and Sofia University from Italy. I'd like to do a little comment because we need to recognize the vulnerabilities and weakness of civil society and even the other stakeholders in relation in other or large digital platforms. And now we'd like to add some 4 principles. 1, protect the democratic values. 2nd, human-centered approach for new technologies. 3, duty of care. 4, respect for human rights. That's all.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hi. Paloma Lara Castro representing Derechos Digitales. I'm going to be speaking regarding specifically meaningful participation while we celebrate this inclusion and also the recognition of the different power dynamics in order to truly ensure the effectivity of the accessibility in the multi-stakeholder processes. There needs to be a specific mention regarding the necessary mechanisms so that processes are truly accessible. This is especially considering the lack of inclusivity that there is in current and past processes worldwide and also national and regional wise. So in this sense, we push for adequate notice, funding, and accessible accreditation systems. We stress the need for a range of robust participation options, including travel and visa support, to ensure meaningful engagement for all stakeholders. Also, considering historically excluded groups that have been excluded within these processes, there is a need for inclusion within the inclusive participation of specific attention to including women and minority groups considering the prevailing gender disparities. This principle must emphasize the active involvement of underrepresented communities to ensure a diverse range of voices in internet governance processes. This inclusion should be reflected in the composition of decision-making bodies and opportunities for leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luciano, Brazilian government, Brazil Foreign Affairs Ministry. 2 comments. I think we have heard many remarks on the discussion of the principles. And I think a lot of the comments made and the suggestions made are very relevant and make sense. My concern is that I doubt we'll have the opportunity to have a meaningful and full discussion on that dimension of the debate. I think there was a decision taken on how to approach this. We'd rather keep at this point a narrow approach to the discussion on the principles, because I think it would be very hard to have a meaningful discussion on it under the limits of time and the constraints that we have for this process today and tomorrow. Another comment I want to make that relates also to the context that we discussed earlier on. We feel a certain lack of a more direct reference to the interplay between the international and the domestic levels. I think many governments feel nowadays they need to reassert their abilities to regulate some domains of the digital. We go through an age where sometimes you cannot even send a notice to a company because the company does not have an address in your country. You cannot impose a fine because you can have an address or economic base in your country. You cannot tax because there's no economic basis in your own country. And the effects of these regulatory efforts, to a great extent, they also depend on international cooperation. So they are interrelated. They are not contradictory in any way. So in our view, the strengthening of governance at the international level is directly related to the strengthening of governance at the national level as well. And multi-stakeholder engagement is appropriate and necessary at both levels. So we believe that point somehow should be reflected in the text that we're discussing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jimson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Jimson Olufuye, Africa ICT Alliance. I decided to come forward to support the statements made by Professor Hogan and Marcos with regard to definition. We need to stay consistent with what is already established with regard to internet governance. Internet governance. The idea of maybe using digital governance, it has to be maybe interchangeably if we're to really go ahead with it. We do not support the issue of having a new institutional framework. We do not support it. We believe whatever we're going to do must be within the framework of existing institutions. So we're having dialogue so that we can improve the working methods, as said earlier, and improve on the system. So also, whatever term we're using here, we should define it. Any acronym should be properly defined. Maybe if you use ITU, you should mention it fully. What does it mean to avoid any form of, to avoid confusion? Then lastly, would like to support a statement by George with regard to mindset. Mindset is so key. You know, some people could have mindset that, oh, maybe it's not going to work. You know, it's not going to work. But let's make it work. Because when we aggregate all views together, we will have a better product, we have a better outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From which sector is our online participant? Private sector? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Now we'll have Cristiane Correa.
Hello, my name is Cristiane. I'm from Abril, is a national Brazilian association for internet service providers. And we do recommend that in order to guarantee the process and protection of human dignity under this preliminary internet governance process, we should embrace 5 other principles in order to align it: equality and non-discrimination, participation and inclusion, access to information, and sustainability. Only by considering legitimacy as multifaceted phenomenon based on democratic accountability, it would be possible to design platform governance and internet governance models that stand globally and also domestically. Also, this gravitational center of new regulatory regime is the creation of a duty that cares that should guide actions that strengthen internet governance. Abril also recommends a baseline regulatory premises that highlights domestic and international levels, and also asymmetric competition measures able to strengthen in an appropriate manner to responsibility of all actors to ensure a safer internet and governance. NETmundial should embrace the idea that regulation and governance must be side by side as one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Rafael Broderud, eu sou advogado e mestre em Relações Internacionais, pesquiso na área de ciberdiplomacia e também represento o Centro Sérgio Vieira de Mello. Eu tomo a iniciativa de falar em português devido a estarmos discutindo sobre a governança da internet aqui no Brasil e esse é um mecanismo muito importante para nós brasileiros discutirmos como nós vemos a internet hoje e como pretendemos desenvolver ela para o nosso futuro. Então, assim como a ministra bem falou, a política externa ativa e altiva do Brasil é muito importante para a representação do nosso país e para a discussão sobre o ciberespaço mundialmente falando. Mas eu gostaria de falar um pouco, complementando o que um colega falou, um pouco sobre a vagueza conceitual de alguns termos utilizados no texto. Muito se fala nas discussões sobre o ciberespaço que uma grande dificuldade para a realização de certos acordos internacionais dentro das iniciativas nacionais, bilaterais, multinacionais e multilaterais é a vagueza conceitual que certos termos são impressos nesses acordos. Um exemplo muito latente é como é representada a segurança da informação e a cibersegurança para os Estados Unidos, que é através de um discurso muito tecnicista, enquanto para a Rússia é de um aspecto muito mais filosófico e ontológico. Então, se percebe que no texto, muitos dos termos empregados são um pouco vagos, e isso acaba que traz para o texto um pouco de dificuldade naquilo que ele pretende expressar para a projeção política do Fórum NETmundial para o mundo. Obrigado.
Well done, just in time. Thank you. So, civil society.
All right, thank you. This is Carolina from the DNS Research Federation. I actually wanted to raise a point that picks up on Susan's earlier comment, and I think it's actually been raised by multiple people in the comments today, and that's the reference to internet governance and digital governance as separate terms. I actually stood up here to say that section 2.2, where we speak about the multi-stakeholder process principle, speaks about just internet governance, and I was going to suggest that we should be bold and expand that to say that we further affirm that the principles of the regional NETmundial articulate a concrete pathway for multi-stakeholderism, not only for internet governance, but also for digital governance. Marcus made me have a sort of second thoughts on this point and whether we need to be discussing internet governance and digital governance as separate terms, and I think that's quite crucial, and it's something that it's going to impact the full document, so I think we should maybe spend some time sort of assessing the pros and cons of whether to go with one term or the two. I also wanted to mention in this section 2.3, coordination of governance spaces, the preamble of that sounded a lot like a diagnosis to me, and I was hoping we could make them more like statements. For instance, saying things like, it's challenging for us, the multi-stakeholder community, to follow simultaneous duplicative processes, right? So it doesn't feel like, academic, descriptive, but it feels more sort of actionable. And the last point I wanted to make in my last 20 seconds, for those of us who have concrete suggestions on the language of the text, is there any way we can make that available to the drafting team, given that it's clear we're not going to be able to discuss those details on the mic? So any comments on that would be appreciated.
Thank you very much. So, Susan, you are not longer in the queue? Okay, go ahead, please.
Hello, Tiago from the Brazilian Data Protection Authority. My comment is quite synergic with the last one. And considering the current principles, maybe there's a concept that we should also add, which is coordination. We've seen that in a lot of speech today. And I mentioned the distributed principle because I see there's synergy with that. I would say that it's surely we need a distributed ecosystem for internet governance because it's a very dynamic process, but at the same time, there's this urge for better coordination of these decentralized initiatives so we can take advantage of synergic approach and avoid unnecessary duplications. And also coordination could mean the interaction, which also has been mentioned today, between multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes. So as some suggestions, we could think about the principle of accountability and also include some description of accountability of governments on reacting to outputs of the multi-stakeholder agenda. Collaboration, we could mention the collaboration between multi-stakeholder and multilateral approach. And finally, for enabling meaningful participation, we could mention that mechanisms should be implemented to guarantee that multi-stakeholder processes outputs are considered by multilateral decision-making processes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Helen, please.
Okay, it's a little bit high up from you, but okay. So Helen with Amazon. The NETmundial 2014 principles are sufficient. They are evergreen and technology neutral, two important characteristics to ensure their durability. Efforts should be made focused on their implementation on a wide scale rather than on development of new principles. When setting up processes to discuss and take decisions on digital policy matters, organizations and governments should consider setting up modalities that enable their systematic, sustained, and substantive participation of all impacted stakeholders. This includes inviting expressions of interest from all stakeholders, ensuring their participation cannot be vetoed by any one actor, ensuring the processes themselves and their modalities are transparent so that stakeholders know when and how they can best contribute, providing sufficient support for differently abled, at-risk, or under-resourced stakeholders, proactively incorporating stakeholders with wide-ranging technical expertise in policy discussions and the establishment and enforcement of government regimes, and lastly, ensuring these processes are built to resist favoring the interests of particular stakeholders over others. As a default, contributions from stakeholders, whether written or verbal, should be archived and available for review for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Thiago. I am a law student from the University Center of Brasilia. And one subject that I believe needs addressing in our document is the respect to human rights in the digital spaces. On topic 2.3, specifically in the third paragraph, it is stated about the importance of the IGF to coordinate governance spaces, specifically stating that it is an open nature, hybrid approach, and inclusive design attracts support. Despite that view regarding IGF, this year's host country has infamous situations with the persecutors of the LGBTQIA+ community, which can contradict the aspect of an open space to discuss many topics regarding the subject. How can we be expected to have an open space to discuss the difficulties that certain communities face online with the fear of persecution in our country? Therefore, I believe we lack an open statement in the draft and more points regarding the importance of the respect to human rights. We must not forget that the inclusion principle of the NETmundial needs to be respected, and we cannot allow spaces with constant human rights violations to be in a leading role as much as being the host of the main internet governance event of the year. I believe that we, in a certain moment, what we lack in the whole draft of the document is what allows this type of situation to happen regarding human rights a country with numerous human rights violations to be the main host of the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a point of clarification. As I said at the beginning, and also was explained by Bertrand, we are speaking about the internet process principles today, but the principles adopted in 2014 include other principles. In fact, the first one in the document is human rights. What is for me at that moment, it was really an achievement that not only we were able to discuss and agree on principles, but also that the first one was about human rights, and it has, if I remember well, 6 sub-items and under that first principle. So some of the things that are being mentioned with regard to human rights could be probably, depends on each of you, but maybe are already captured in that part of the document of 2014. Just clarification. Thank you very much. So please.
Meu nome é Keiko, eu sou do Japão. I'm from the Kyoto College of Graduate Studies for Informatics, which is a registry for Kyoto. Many of you might have been here in Kyoto for the last year's IGF, and I'm delighted to see the continuous conversations around the multi-stakeholder approach and how we can strengthen the principle here at NETmundial. As an education institution, I'm very welcome to see the section 3 that mentions capacity building and education to enable effective participation of all stakeholders. I noticed some of the panelists and participants here today mentioned equity in enabling the kind of empowerment to allow the process of participation. And I see that that is kind of the scaffolding that we need in enabling all stakeholders to participate in the process of internet governance. And I'm looking forward to how the principle of equity may be able to evolve throughout the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. I encourage people that have interest in speaking that go to the lines so we can close the queues. We have around 20 more minutes for this session. So we can plan better if we see all the people that is interested in speaking. So just a call for those who could be interested, please.
Hi, my name is Esteban Lescano. I am from Cámara Argentina de Internet, CABASE. And we want to propose one new principle to all digital governance processes that can be summed up as investment and innovation sensitive, meaning that all digital governance processes must refrain from establishing barriers to technology innovation and investment needed for development of new applications and services based on digital infrastructure. In other words, all governance processes must have a positive approach to digital technology, putting human beings in the center and avoiding possible risks and threats to human rights, but balancing those safeguards with conditions that encourage innovation and investment required for digital technology improvement, especially in countries under development like mine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from technical community to speak, or governments? That the lines are empty. Private sector too. So, Janet, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeanette Hofmann. I'm speaking on the academic slot coming from Germany. One of the issues here is the question of whether we talk about internet or internet and digital governance. There is the argument, as the one that Markus just brought forward, saying that new language may imply new bodies and new processes. I would say this is an inherently conservative argument that basically says we have defined the matter to be governed for once and all. We will never need new language because in its wisdom, the Working Group on Internet Governance defined it forever. I think we can make ourselves less relevant by closing ourselves off from further developments reflected in new language. So an alternative from my perspective would be to stick to the agreed language on internet governance right now, but point out in our document the need for a way forward to find language that includes both internet and digital governance in the future by expanding the scope of existing organizations, thereby not arguing for new processes and organizations.
Thank you, Janet. Please. Sorry, give me 1 second, because I think that they have one remote participant that have been waiting, right? Not? Yes? From which sector?
Hello, we have Benjamin Aquino Moyeja.
Okay. Can you repeat the name?
Benjamin Aquino Moyeja.
Benjamin. Okay, Benjamin, go ahead. Please, if you can say with which sector you feel identified.
Okay, so I think I'm representing civil society today. I'm also academia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me, please? Okay. So my suggestion is, since multi-stakeholder is playing a significant role and is essential for participation in the governance of the internet at this moment, and I think sometimes equal participation could sometimes be subjective. So I was suggesting, could there be a way we have a metrics for every of the modalities that requires multi-stakeholders to be measured to show that truly a process is multi-stakeholder? It involves all the concerning stakeholder group. So that would really help for us to know at every point in time that a particular modality or process has really taken into consideration all interested stakeholders. That's what I suggested. You want to see my video? Yeah, you can. I'm in my lab. Thank you. Yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, now please thank you for your patience.
Sure. My name is David Green from Electronic Frontier Foundation. I'm a veteran of several multi-stakeholder processes. And from a civil society perspective, and recognizing that multi-stakeholder processes are decision-shaping processes and not decision-making processes, where we've seen them fail, and I'm sure our perspective is not unique here, is when we are given, we are led into the room but not given a seat at the table, we're given a seat at the table but not given a microphone, or when we're given a microphone, those who are most influential in the process are not in the room. We think it's important to include a foundational principle that acknowledges a buy-in to a multi-stakeholder process, and we suggest language such as, a multi-stakeholder approach needs to recognize the power asymmetries of different actors in these processes. Those with more power and control must be willing to genuinely join the discussion and be open to sharing such power in multi-stakeholder processes, so that such processes gain legitimacy, promote effective inclusiveness, and result in shared accountability.
Thank you very much. Did you capture the language? Yeah. So, please.
I will speak in Portuguese.
Perfect.
Marcos Dantas, sou professor titular da Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro, já fui membro do Comitê Gestor da Internet. Queria dizer umas poucas palavras. No ano passado, o lucro líquido da Alphabet foi algo em torno de 74 bilhões de dólares. O lucro líquido da Meta foi algo em torno de quase 40 bilhões de dólares. Para a gente ter uma ideia, o saldo da balança comercial brasileira no ano passado foi de 99 bilhões de dólares. Ou seja, essas duas corporações, para não citar as outras, têm um lucro líquido distribuído para os seus acionistas muito superior ao lucro líquido, digamos assim, de uma economia como a brasileira. Eu estou dizendo isso porque lendo o rascunho do documento que deverá sair deste evento, eu estranho que esse documento não faça praticamente nenhuma referência a alguma das questões que são cruciais para o presente e o futuro do desenvolvimento da internet. Basicamente, o controle que a rede passou a ter hoje por parte dessas chamadas Big Techs. E toda a enorme quantidade de problemas que essa economia de dados tem criado para a sociedade, tem criado para os países e concluindo, inclusive, levando a todo um avanço de regulações nacionais para dar um novo espaço, um novo rumo para o desenvolvimento democrático e livre da internet. Eu penso que este é um ponto que deveria ser especialmente abordado no documento que está sendo elaborado. Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a last call for speakers. We are right in time to finish the session, but please, Sebastián, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sebastián Belagamba. I'm with the Internet Society. I'd like to emphasize 3 points that has been already made, but I think they're important to wrap up this session. First, we worked a lot 10 years ago in order to come up with a set of principles. I think the principles that we have, either the governance principles and the processes principles are really good. It's a good set of principles that need to be preserved, and the focus should be on the implementation. I think we failed in the last 10 years in make them durable and workable and actually implemented. So I think that is an important focus for us today and tomorrow in order to work that out, the way to actually implement these principles in reality. The second one is the distinction between internet governance and digital governance. I think the main importance of the document that we are putting together, all together, is that will inform several other processes. And as such, I think we have to be careful about the definitions that we use. I like the approach of having internet governance being used more related to internet infrastructure and having all things digital kind of approach. I don't know if we're going to make it this time, because we have no time. We have to wrap it up by tomorrow. So we have to figure out something. If we're going to use the two concepts as synonymous, perhaps we have to figure out a disclaimer or something like that, in order to put it into a document to make it clear. The importance of this document is to make it handy in a way that other people can use it. It's not just for us to congratulate ourselves on how good the document it is. It's actually to make it actionable. So I think we have to have that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastián. And so I think that we can close the lines now, and so we will proceed with final comments and the summary from Jordan. So please, Pale, do you want to?
Yeah, so thank you so much for all this input. And I've kind of organized all this feedback in 5 different points. One is methods of governance to operationalize them. Second is language matters. Third is the equity approach. Fourth is governance and structures to be taught in tandem. And the last is how to introduce a new principle along planetary focus. So for example, the first one, methods of governance to operationalize them. Much has been brought up about how we need to focus on redressal and auditing mechanisms, institutional accountability, building oversight and decision-making, ensuring we track processes from decision contributors, resources, funding, demographic involvements, the nitty-gritty basically. Consensus as negotiation and methodology is key, right? Including that of cooperation, asynchronous documentation, and public archiving for access, capacity building and decision shaping as not decision making. So I think this is one cluster of methods. Second is about language matters, which is about building a common vocabulary, a consistent vocabulary, an accessible vocabulary, a mindset language, which infuses us to have the right kind of attitude towards these processes, an agreed language, a clarifying language where these principles stand, are adopted, supported, endorsed, a differentiation language where there's digital and internet governance and why that matters, and a new language where there's an opportunity for future orientation without actually inventing new processes and organizations. The third cluster is the equity approach, which is with the Global South majority in mind. And that being going across sectoral, which is about emphasizing the broader parameters of inclusion and human rights as a doubling down with our commitment. Fourth part is about governance and structures to be thought in tandem, which is where the fragmentation of internet governance processes can be reflected in our technical infrastructures. And the last is new principles about environment and planetary focus, which needs to be thought in tandem alongside governance structures for us to ensure we have a sustainable internet. In the end of the day, the scope of the principles is like a Goldilocks principle. If it's too narrow or it's too broad, it could become meaningless. So what we need to reach is a sort of the happy sweet spot, which can be reasonably meaningful across different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Payne. So as my transparency report, there were 33 participants in this session, beside us. 24 participants spoke here and from the floor, and 9 did it remotely. Thank you very much to the colleagues that are dealing with the remote participation. You did a great job. Thank you. And if we divide by constituency, we listened to 11 people from civil society, 9 from academic sector, 7 from academic sector, 6 from private sector, 5 from technical community, and 4 from governments. And the good thing is that everyone who wanted to speak had the opportunity to do it. I think that we listened to different things. I think that's between Pale and Jordan will provide all the summary. My only comment is that we have heard support to the principles, the reaffirmation of the principles, proposals of a new language, modifications of the language that the executive committee provided for discussion, and people that is proposing to add new things or give different approaches to the document. Of course, we will do our best to accommodate as much comments as possible, because this is what this is about, to maximize the opportunity of consensus. And of course, it will be impossible to include 100% of the comments. And so thank you very much. And this has demonstrated to be a very good venue for having this kind of discussion, because the level of maturity that we have achieved in those years is incredible. How we can have those conversations in a very organized and positive, constructive manners is really amazing. So please, Jordan, that you worked hard. I saw you work. Your keyboard is hot.
Thanks, Raul. And just let me start by thanking everyone for all of the contributions today in this session. It's been an incredibly rich set of commentary and feedback that isn't just applicable to this section of the document, but also will help to shape all of the other sections as well. So please know that we're taking a holistic look while trying to focus the conversation in these 3 main working sessions. And I also want to reassure you that if I don't mention your comment or your thought, because I'm trying to distill a bit, it doesn't mean it's gone away. There's going to be a full event report And there's also the professional team organized by CGIBR who will be providing reporting as well. So I'm just giving a bit of a top-line impression of what I heard, none of which was to invalidate the existing set of process principles. So that was a helpful confirmation about what came out of the consultation process as well. There were some themes about the evaluation and the implementation of these principles. How do we know when they're being used? Should we be doing assessments of them? There was a talk about mindset and the importance of compromise and consensus, and the bottom-up, grassroots-driven approach of the multi-stakeholder internet governance model. We've heard very consistently the challenge around the terminology, digital star, internet governance, digital governance. Are they the same? Are they not? I think this is summoning up a really profound debate that we don't have a space to particularly resolve in this output document that will be finished tomorrow. But some disambiguation, some clarity, perhaps reducing the number of different versions of this term that we use is something I think we can think about in the document. There was the point about mapping and reviewing of the stakeholders and assessing those distributions of stakeholders regularly was made. Visibility of things like the stakeholder processes, the methodologies of doing the work in the internet governance realm was also put on the table. There were some suggestions for additional or new principles. Some of the ones that we heard didn't relate so much to the internet governance processes, but I'm just going to run the ones I caught past you anyway for completeness. There was a principle of coordination mentioned, environmental sustainability, whether the accountability principle needs to mention security and safety, the protection of democratic values, taking a human-centered approach, a duty of care, respect for human rights, being investment and innovation sensitive, and dealing with the asymmetries of power that occur in all of these sorts of processes. And from Bertrand's session before this one, there was the question of a principle of equitable inclusion, not just inclusion. And so that's probably the wrap of where I'll go with the summary. Our horrible task is to try and improve the draft that was presented and know that we are going to disappoint you. So please treat us kindly as we go through that process in the next day and a half. And let me either hand back to Raul or to the organizers with a final thanks again for all the insight and ideas shared with each other today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pale. Thank you very much, Jordan. Great work. Thank you, all of you, for being part of this session. I don't know what's the next, but back to you.
Thank you very much. For these excellent panelists, one more round of applause, please. I kindly invite you to take back your seats and keep with us, okay? We are now going straight to the second of the 3 working sessions. Working session 2 is dedicated to the guidelines for the implementation of multi-stakeholder mechanisms. This session will be moderated by Lizzie Fur from HLEC, and she will be joined by Ana Neves and Sebastián Baliagamba, also from HLEC. So let's welcome them on stage. Sebastián will be the rapporteur of this session.
O Virgílio não vai participar.
Então são só os três mesmo.
São só os três. Acho. Okay, Mrs. Lacey, you can start.
Thank you. I know it's a stretch, and I know it's a long day, but I really hope for an interactive session with all of you. We are welcoming you to working session 2 around the guidelines. It's chapter 3 in the document, Guidelines for the Implementation of the Multi-Stakeholder Mechanisms. We're going to have 2 parts because that chapter has 2 parts, one on the participation in the multilateral processes and the other one on the guidelines and implementation of the guidelines. So it's going to be 2 parts, but we will deal with it in one because we think it's important to take it as one full chapter. We have the code of conduct that's online, so I refer to that. There are 2 minutes intervention. Please remember to present your name and affiliation when you do an intervention. For us, this session is not about the internet governance content, but it's about the multi-stakeholder process. I know there was a lot of discussions around the principles on further content, but I think it's important we frame this into that this is about the process itself. It's a working session. It's meant to allow you to give feedback and input to us. And you know, there has been a consultation in which the basis of the draft document was taken from. And now we'll hopefully get further input from all of you on how the document can be better aligned with the multi-stakeholder community. So with that, I'll hand over to Anna to give a short presentation of the chapter, plus some of the findings. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Liz. Well, I think that we don't have so much community here, but I think that we can try to engage the stakeholders that are here. So we are having some issues with the slideshow because maybe not. Maybe now it's working. Ah, good. And to go. Okay, okay. So we are talking here about the guidelines for the implementation. So as Liz was saying, we are not talking here about content. We are talking about processes. And in what concerns the guidelines for the implementation of the multi-stakeholder approach, well, if you think in the environment, well, in Portugal, for instance, when the government wants to build a huge building, a bridge in a certain territory, it has to get the opinion from the NGOs and academia to make a final decision. So without that opinion, it cannot go along with any decision. So I think that this is an evolution of the decision-making, and in environment, we are already there. In internet, we are in our evolution. In what concerns the multilateral decision-making, so nowadays we have the Global Digital Compact, and a lot of voices were raised because they will be not part of the process. Yet, the co-facilitators tried with deep dives and now with open consultations to hear all the different stakeholders that we have for the time being, this distribution. And in the Global Digital Compact, we have governments, private sector, civil society, academia, technical community, so differentiated. So this is something that we already implemented. So it's something that we already achieved. It would have been impossible to do this, I think, 10 years ago. When we are discussing, well, 9 years ago, when we were discussing the WSIS +10 review. So, importance here on the multilateral is how we involve the stakeholders. And it's about quantity of stakeholders and the quality of stakeholders. So we have to understand when it makes sense, if it makes sense a lot of times, if it makes sense on different themes. So it's something that we have to continue to discuss. And even if we are insisting on the same issues over and over the years, it's because we still have to discuss and we still have to make our governments to understand what multi-stakeholder is and what multi-stakeholderism is. I think that it happens in a lot of democratic countries. When we have a change of governments, they don't understand what internet governance is. And so it takes time for them to understand what it means. And if we don't have routines, if we don't have a way to involve governments in the processes where different stakeholders are, they don't understand. So it is a difficulty that for the civil servants they have normally is to make their governments aware of the importance to take everybody on board, because this has implications at the national, regional, and global levels. So we were thinking to start the discussion with this example, with the Global Digital Compact. What do you think it's not working in the negotiations of the Global Digital Compact, or if it is working because all the stakeholders were involved in different ways, but they were involved, and if you are happy the way you were involved, or if you would like to have a different experience, and if you think that we should have a discussion and a negotiation of the Digital Compact in a different way. So this is for discussion now, and then we'll have further discussion later on, but this is to see in practical terms, in a multilateral environment, how the multi-stakeholder approach could or should be implemented. So the floor is open for anyone that would like to engage in this first discussion.
Good. I see some people are lining up already now, and if we start over here with the civil society, so go ahead.
Hi. Good afternoon. Is it working?
No,
I don't think so. Testing. Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Camila Leite. I'm from IDEC in Brazil and representing civil society. And I have two contributions that have, as an example, the GDC, but it's related to multi-stakeholder processes in general. The first thing is related to the asymmetries of power, which haven't already been addressed in that multi-stakeholder spaces. We have to tackle asymmetry of power between stakeholders and between different countries. And for that, we must not only declare that we have asymmetries, which is an advance, but also find out ways to solve it. Two things that would be important to solve these asymmetries would be, first, to have financing opportunities for diverse countries, especially from the global majority, and civil society, which unfortunately is underfunded to participate on this space. And also to promote capacity building. It is really hard to contribute to international discussions which are technical and mostly based on diplomatic language. So the first thing would be to address the asymmetries with concrete suggestions, and the declaration could add that. The second thing would be to address transparency issues. So the transparency has been addressed in the declaration, but you could be more clear in what transparency means. The transparency must be present in all the processes and the results on which contributions are absorbed in the end. The transparency further reinforces accountability and brings more trust to the process. So we could further enforce that, and also the transparency would be important for coordination between different international spaces, for example. So, summing up, first thing, asymmetries and address with concrete challenges. Second thing, transparency and coordination. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online from civil society? No? No. Okay, then, but yeah, we go here with government.
Hi, my name is Rodolfo Marques. Trabalho na Secretaria de Estado de Ciência e Tecnologia da Paraíba. And I want to talk about that B point on the board. Multi-stake process should empower the stakeholder by providing the necessary information, resources, and skill. I think this point is talking about educational processes. And I don't think in the text this is clear, because we're not talking about necessarily about publicize some information or creating a platform to write some appointments or things like that. I think we're about like maybe digital literacy. In the draft, I saw the word educational only one time. And I think we cannot empower people without education. Technical education, as my colleague said before, these asymmetries is more apparently when I didn't solve a educational process. So I think we need to write or appoint something about this. We have to talk about educational processes to bring people and improve this kind of multi-stake participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online from governments? Okay. We're going to take private sector then.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jim Prendergast, and thanks for the question. It's obviously an issue that's top of mind for everybody, and I think it needs to be taken in the context of a progression. We can't expect everything to be 100% multi-stakeholder overnight. So in the context of the GDC, I certainly appreciate the willingness of the co-facilitators to listen to other stakeholders besides member states. I, for one, traveled to New York during one of the early consultations and gave an intervention, have submitted written submissions, as have many others in the room. The challenge is finding those. both from a current research and transparency aspect, but also down the line for people to look back and see how their input was taken on board or not taken on board in the final products that is delivered. And I think one of the things that frustrates many is that they craft these messages, they craft these inputs, but then we don't know what happens to them. And I think that's important, that people know that messages were taken on board and they were accepted or not accepted, and why. That way they continue to know that they can at least participate going forward and potentially have an impact going forward. I also think that the, I guess let me think about my second thought here for a sec. I'll leave it at that, and then I'll circle back after some others have spoken.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the GDC example is only to point out on a multilateral process. It's not to actually point to that as a bad or good example. It's just if you would have the perfect way of including the multi-stakeholder.
Yeah, so I guess the second point is we want to participate as much as we can. We realize we can't have a seat at the table at all times. We realize we can't necessarily be in the room at the same time. But we have a first reading coming up on the GDC this Thursday, and I, for one, cannot find where that's going to be televised or broadcast or transmitted online, simply for observation. For many people coming to this space, understanding how the multilateral aspect actually operates would be beneficial. Let's see how the process is playing out in real time. Let's learn from that, and then maybe we can, approach this in a different manner going forward. Thanks.
Good, thank you. A bit over time, but point taken. Anyone? No. Okay. Technical community?
Hello again, Pierre Bonis, working for AFNIC, the registry for .fr, technical community. So once again, I would restate what has been excellently said by Byron from .ca. The meaning of these guidelines is not the same if we talk about internet governance and if we talk about digital governance. If we talk about digital governance, it's much broader. Internet is a public good. Everything that is digital is not a public good. So the rules applying to every topic on the internet may not be the same as the rule applied to the internet itself. And in that matter, I would suggest if we stick to the digital governance, maybe to add an invitation to the stakeholders that are impacting other stakeholders to make sure they are in the room. Because I just remind ourselves that stakeholders can be impacted, but they also be impacting. And when we talk about the digital issues, and for instance the GAFAM, they are impacting, but they don't really need to be in the room if the room is not taking decision. Thank you.
Okay, any tech? No. So it's academia online, so we're going to take the online and then over to you, Jeanette, after this. So online, who's online? No one? Okay, I thought someone was online. Good, over to you, Jeanette.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jeanette Hofmann, Germany, academia. I have 2 points. The first one is a small one. I think C and K could be merged because they basically say the same thing. They refer to how stakeholders should treat each other. My main point concerns number E, saying stakeholders should share responsibility for the outcomes. I think this wording has it backwards. Many people pointed out that stakeholders often disagree and that there are substantial power asymmetries between stakeholders. And this is why the number E should actually say the results of multi-stakeholder processes should be of a quality that enables all stakeholders involved to take responsibility for them. That's my proposal, in case anybody listened.
We did listen, and sorry for the... Okay, next over to civil society.
Hi everyone, my name is Agneri Sampieri. I'm representing Access Now. I'm from Mexico, and one of the things I want to highlight is that when talking about multi-stakeholder processes that should be accessible to all of them, we also need to mention expressly direct or indirect exclusion of these stakeholders. Because most of the time, we are facing processes that claim to be open, claim to be inclusive. However, the time frame they give to propose or to give feedback to any sort of document or text would be really, really short. Or sometimes the translation into several languages is just the starting discussion point is a document in English, and 2 weeks after, the document is presented in some other languages, not all the languages. So when we're talking about this situation, we are also facing indirect ways to exclude stakeholders. This also it's important to also consider that many of these stakeholders doesn't have economic capacity, time capacity, or human capacity to attend these short deadlines or these factual situations that someone serves as a barrier for them to contribute into these discussions in a meaningful way. So that's it. Hope you like it.
Thank you. I know Anna has a comment. Anna.
Could you please shut the doors, because it's really noisy. Thank you very much. Well, I just would like to underline that for the time being, we are discussing the multilateral component, so how the stakeholders would like to be involved and how it could work, and as an example is the Global Digital Compact. So further comments on the guidelines for the multi-stakeholder will be after. So now we are talking about the Global Digital Compact as an example, as a practical example to see what could change in the future, perhaps.
Anyone online or no? Just okay. Yeah. So now private sector.
Okay, thank you. Jimson Olufuye, Africa ICT Alliance. Well, looking at the process of the Global Digital Compact document preparation, well, if I were to score it with regard to how other stakeholders are part of it, I would say 40%. They tried, okay, to reach out, but assuming we have accepted these principles, all the principles that we have outlined, can we have the statement on the screen again? Assuming we have accepted all those principles, then I think at initial, then they will have implemented them, then there will have been meaningful participation. But because we don't have those agreed principles, then we understand that's a challenge. That's one. Then on the text, I want to just make this edit, if possible. On C, there is a use of each other. Each other is an informal language, but a more formal language is one another. And one another has to do with more people. So I would suggest we use one another on that text. And then with regard to a section where we talk about capacity building, I want to underscore that we could replace that with capacity development in tandem with the sustainable development goal. You know, we're driving towards that goal, so let's use capacity development. And lastly, still a reference to digital governance. I suggest we put a footnote to say, with regard to this document, we use it interchangeably with internet governance. And there's nothing wrong if we bring about the definition in WSIS. There's nothing wrong in that. Thank you.
Thank you. No one online on this technical community?
Hi, everyone. I'm Charles Noir, and I'm with CIRA, the .ca operator. I'm going to try and get very practical about some of the answers to the question that you prompted us with, but within the context of the document. So it's, in our view, we need stronger language and guidance in the section on participation in multilateral processes. And what we're trying to do here is really mitigate the risk of a perception of consultation theater. I know that sounds rough, but we do want consultation to be meaningful for those of us that are on the other side of the table and of course in multilateral spaces as well on the other side. Just lost my point here. So as an example, really concrete things we could do, these events don't happen very often. We could be providing a lot more information about when we expect to have inputs delivered and for what and what the process is going to be. It seems rather rushed and somewhat choppy in our participation so far. So to give you a sense, we're looking for meaningful engagement between the Secretariat, member states, and non-government stakeholders. And the key word there is meaningful, and we see it a lot in the text here, and what does that look like? Just a quick example, not to call anyone out. All of us that participated last week in the consultation experienced only a few moments to provide comments and advice. It felt as if it might have gone into a black box. There wasn't a lot of response back, and we haven't heard any confirmation that submissions were provided. Those are just really key fundamental aspects of the process that can be improved, particularly in the context of multilateral big processes. It's not easy. We recognize that there are thousands of us involved, but there has to be a real sense of engagement that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. No one online. Then there is one academia online now?
Yes, representing academia, we have a comment from Diana Montenegro that says, the paradigms of the governance of internet as a regulation of a fictitious and imaginary space need to be rethinking. It is necessary to start to use a novel terminology about a new socio-economic digital organization in the novel digital era of human civilization. Therefore, governance of the novel digital organization is more precise. We are regulating human organizations and not imaginary spaces. Thank you, Diana, for the comment.
Good. Next is civil society.
Thank you. Olga Kirilluk from Internews. I believe it is good development that in NETmundial outcome document we talk about both the strengthening of multi-stakeholder processes, but also supporting meaningful, and I want to stress this word, meaningful engagement of other stakeholders in multilateral processes. It's also good to see governments willing to see more engagement, which was mentioned a couple of times by the US government earlier today. We will not be able to redesign every internet governance process to become multi-stakeholder, and I believe the last 20 years after visits have proved that. But what we are able to do is to improve the inclusion of all interested stakeholders other than governments in multilateral processes. If we look at the GDC, it is obviously a multilateral process by its nature, but with some elements of multi-stakeholder engagement. It is probably the best we could expect from the UN process, but of course it is far from being an ideal process. It is not clear what input from the stakeholder consultation has been included, if included at all. It is also not clear where to find the links to join those consultations. Sometimes links never arrive to emails of people who have registered to participate. There is also a lot of confusion on timelines. When other stakeholders get a date to speak, member states' representatives are not there in the room. Same when the zero draft was released. It first went on the news section on the website, and was nowhere to find on the front page, and only afterwards it was posted there. Similarly, when we talk about multi-stakeholder process, the reason why we keep struggling with the legitimacy, credibility, and efficiency of these processes is because there are significant stakeholder imbalances in participation. Even if we look at the example of this pre-NETmundial consultation, we have input from how many, like 40% from civil society, twice less from academia and private sector, and only 6% from the government. So can we really consider this process to be balanced in terms of stakeholder participation? Same happens when we look at the national, regional IGFs, probably even at the global IGF. How many of the private sector community and the government representatives do actually attend these meetings? So just quickly, maybe we should just pay more attention to making multi-stakeholder processes more balanced in terms of stakeholder participation in order to make the decisions which are made afterwards more legitimate and inclusive of all different views and perspectives.
Thank you. It is important to strive for a balance. I think we all do, but now we'll hear from the governments.
Thank you. Roz Kennybirch, UK Government. We support the guidelines set out in the draft outcome document. We'd like to focus our remarks on the role of the IGF, which has a critical role to play here. In many ways, the IGF is an outstanding example of a multi-stakeholder mechanism in action. We all need to support the IGF and the vital role that it plays. But as others have said, the IGF also needs to be strengthened to ensure it fully achieves its mandate and its potential. There are many ideas for how to do this, and we are all responsible for making it happen. The IGF program should continue to be open and bottom-up, but in order to promote meaningful discussion, it needs to be curated. The program needs to be managed in a way that is accessible and easier to follow. In particular, it should focus on a much smaller number of navigable tracks. As others have said, we also need more diverse representation at the IGF. Developing more formal links to IGF national, regional, and youth initiatives could do a lot to promote inclusion. There also needs to be stronger mechanisms for dialogue between senior leaders to promote meaningful engagement and scrutiny, and a process to develop and promote clearer outcomes. The GDC and the WSIS review are opportunities to make sure the IGF is achieving its full potential. The guidelines in the document set out good pathways to do this. We hope the whole community will come forward with ideas and a commitment to help make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for strong support for IGF. We take the technical community, and then we're going to broaden the scope again. We've talked about the multilateral processes. I think it's important we also now take the principles that you have all discussed and the guidelines on the principle and implementation, but over to technical community. Jordan.
Thanks, Lisa. Jordan Carter here from the .au domain administration. We operate the .au domain for Australia. And I'm a member of the high-level exec committee for NETmundial as well, but not speaking with that hat on. I think you've asked for specific thoughts about how the GDC process might be improved more in line with the guidelines. So 3 I'll mention. When the GDC was being pulled together and the call for inputs was made, a few hundred submissions were done. But the UN never provided any analysis of those submissions and what they found. So organizations like us commissioned such analysis. It should be for granted that when you ask for input, you play back publicly what you've heard through that input, just like we're doing now with this process. A second point where they could be doing better is the decision makers could bother to be in the room listening to the inputs. So member states here, perhaps you could all show up to stakeholder engagement events that are part of the GDC process and actually show the respect to the input that you say you've asked for by actually listening to it. And the third is a kind of proposal which is the sterile solution of 2-minute interventions without the chance to come back to the microphone and have a dialogue or to argue with each other means that the value of these things is absolutely window dressing far too many of the times. So there are some very basic things that the UN system and member states could do to radically improve their ability to learn more from a broader stakeholder base and make better decisions. I'll save any comments about the actual guidelines to the next section. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, if you want to take, we're just going to do a quick intro and then we'll open the mic again. Sorry for those standing already.
Just to wrap up on this issue of the multilateral, I think that Jordan, he really made the point. It's that governments, they are not aware of internet governance. So, and this is really an issue because even at national level, and so we have to insist, and I think that the Global Digital Compact and the Summit of the Future are really key to make this awareness that we all have to work together in different issues and achieving different formats of decision-making and shaping. But now we are going to the guidelines for implementation for the multi-stakeholders. And so now, from now, we will be discussing the multi-ranking questions. So there were 2 questions. One was, please rank the relevance of the following guidelines in the order of importance in your view. And this was the result. And then with the same guidelines, it was asked to identify up to 3 relevant items from the above list that are considered not to be effectively implemented or are more important or not. So then we will have this ranking, the top 3, the last 3, and then we have the ranking. So, but now I will give the floor to Liz to further thoughts on these results and to continue the discussion among us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Anna. And just very quickly, because you all saw the results of, and those are in the document. For us, it's important to ask a few questions, and one is that we had the NETmundial 2014 statement of Internet Governance Process Principles, and do you see these guidelines as loyal to these principles? That's one. And do you see the guidelines that are here, are they up to date, or how should they be made up to date if you don't see them as up to date? Then we would like to also ask if you find there's something missing from them. I think they're quite extensive and broad, but are you finding something is missing from the guidelines? Last but not least, are there too many guidelines? Is it too descriptive? Is it too complex? So, of course, we will open the floor for all comments, but also interested in listening into if you have any views on these questions. Now I'll then go to civil society. You have we only have the civil society. You have by far the longest line, but go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Daniela Schneiderich with Global Partners Digital. And first, a couple of comments on the framing of the section, actually. So we suggest changing the title of the section from Guidelines for the Implementation of Multi-Stakeholder Mechanisms to guidelines for the implementation of the multi-stakeholder process principle, as we would want the multi-stakeholder principles to apply across processes, and referring to just mechanisms could be understood in a restrictive way. And then in line with this, we suggest changing the title Participation in Multilateral Processes to Improving Multilateral Processes, so that it better reflects the fact that the section discusses how multilateral processes can be improved by mainstreaming multi-stakeholder characteristics in them. And then a couple of comments on how to strengthen the process steps for open and inclusive multi-stakeholder processes. So on the step on identifying stakeholders, it would be helpful to also add that the approach to identifying relevant stakeholders should aim to be as inclusive and flexible as possible. And then on the engagement of stakeholders, maybe adding something around stakeholders needing to be engaged on an ongoing basis throughout the different stages of the process, because this is something that we see in many processes, is engagement either at the beginning or the end or specific points in a process, but unless engagement is consistent and is sustained, the value of multi-stakeholderism is far from being realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking online if there is any...
Yes, the remote participation is following the same logic. So we have, representing civil society, a comment from Thomas Gart that says, the multi-stakeholder model is a variation of the public participation and community engagement practice used in development impact assessment and social science research. The spectrum of participatory methods runs from consultation through collaboration to empowerment. To stakeholders, the validity of the method depends on the degree to which those who are affected by a decision are included in a decision-making. It would seem that the UN's intention is to stop a collaboration rather than empowerment. If in the UN's implementation of the multi-stakeholder model, only nation states can be decision makers, then some stakeholders are more equal than others. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you. Yeah. Equality has been one of the words throughout the day. I see academia.
Bom, boa tarde, meu nome é Alexandre Arson Gonzalez, eu vou falar em português. Sou pesquisador colaborador... Alô? Sou pesquisador colaborador voluntário do Instituto de Ciência Política da Universidade de Brasília e vim aqui para contribuir ou me somar algumas falas e reflexões que estão tratando sobre essa dimensão da assimetria de poder ou a desigualdade de poder dentro desses processos de tomada de decisão multissetorial e a implementação de mecanismos multissetoriais. Eu entendo que, com relação aos últimos 10 anos, pensando o NETmundial de 2014, uma série de tendências que se percebia naquela época e que se reforçaram ao longo desses 10 anos, levaram a uma maior concentração de poder e tomada de decisões sobre recursos e infraestruturas que incidem, de modo geral, sobre a governança global da internet. E tem levado essa concentração de poder, em grande medida, para o âmbito privado de uma série de grandes empresas de plataformas digitais. Então, dentro do sentido de querer colaborar para poder explicitar o que significa essa assimetria ou desigualdade de poder, eu entendo que, com relação à ideia de empoderar determinados stakeholders que o documento pode trazer, de fato, sublinhar a necessidade que o empoderamento de determinados stakeholders tem como objetivo a correção dessas assimetrias e desigualdades. Obrigado.
Thank you. Anyone online from academia? No. Civil society again, we're going to take the round. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Veridiana Limonti from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I would like to suggest actionable and concrete steps that unfold from the guidelines and that reinforce the importance of the 3 first ones ranked there. So in terms of meaningful multi-stakeholder participation, these steps or these recommendations are ensure effective, diverse participation through democratic and inclusive accreditation of participants, ensure the opportunity to receive timely access to documents, provide interpretation services, speak at sessions in person and remotely, and submit written opinions and recommendations, request that information on registration for sessions and the means to participate as a speaker be timely, transparently, and equitably provided to ensure maximum participation. Ensure that modalities for participation recognize the diversity of non-governmental stakeholders, giving each stakeholder group adequate and equitable speaking time while all stakeholders are in the room. Adopt secure, open, and accessible communication platforms to protect all stakeholders and ensure participation regardless of technological resources. And lastly, maintain an up-to-date, dedicated online public space with all relevant information, such as practical information with details for participation, time, location, and remote participation, organizational documents such as agendas and discussion documents, statements, and other interventions by states and other stakeholders, background documents, working documents, and draft outputs and meeting reports. I will share these to make it easy for those reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian was typing very fast. Good.
We have one more representing from civil society, Wood Denatris. IGF-DCIS3C advocates the following edit in Guideline 6. Stakeholders should share responsibility and uphold accountability in their respective roles for the outcomes of the multi-stakeholder process, including actions to increase online security and safety for all users, and with legal and political accountability for protection of human rights remaining the primary responsibility of governments. This phrasing avoids exclusively government responsibility as with human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I see the government sneaked in, so go ahead.
Thank you. Pierce O'Donoghue, European Commission. As one representative of civil society also suggested, I would also like to make a proposal with regard to the framing of this chapter, consistent with the comments which I made on behalf of the European Commission and participating EU member states earlier. We would like to focus first of all on strengthening and improving the multi-stakeholder processes, and then strengthening their participation and effect on the multilateral process. Simply therefore, I would suggest that paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2, sections 3.1 and 3.2 be reversed. And I would like to propose the addition of a paragraph, which I will read, but then we shall, of course, will refine. It's a bit rough, but it would read as something as follows. It is essential to foster an environment where civil society, business, academia, and the technical community are free and empowered to participate autonomously, nationally and internationally, in multi-stakeholder and multilateral decision-making processes. Governments have a critical responsibility to ensure this empowerment, which is essential for securing a diverse range of regional perspectives and achieving a robust multi-stakeholder process. Effective articulation of these processes at the national level is crucial to developing this inclusive infrastructure. As I said, that statement will be refined and made available for the pen holders in the course of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and we will need it in writing to take, of course, into account. And just let me say that we have received many suggestions for changes, and of course we'll take them into account. So it's not that they're just thrown at us and then we'll forget it, but that's why we have Sebastian to try and summarize and collect all the input. But if it's a longer change, of course, we prefer also to get it in writing from you. Thank you. Then over to private sector. Thank you for being so patient.
No problem. Thank you. Hello, I'm Larissa. I am speaking on behalf of the GSMA, the Global Association of the Telecom Industry. We welcome the draft version of the document. Overall, a few brief comments to take into consideration on the final version, much of it already being considered. Address the multi-stakeholder model, improvements needed, such as transparency and documentation into the decision-making process, participation of non-governmental stakeholders, especially the private sector. We believe without meaningful contribution from the private sector, the internet governance community may remain unaware of challenges and opportunities arising in the internet ecosystem, which could impair adequate prioritization and direct their deliberations. A strengthened IGF environment has the potential to be a key actor in coordinating debates on the internet governance and tackling fragmentation, but its commitment to preserve its multi-stakeholder approach and avoid departure towards discussions of primarily intergovernmental nature. Future drafts of the Global Digital Compact should retain the embrace of the multi-stakeholder model, its strong emphasis on connectivity, and its recognition of the unique role of the private sector in creating, building, and maintaining the digital domain. And finally, technical aspects related to management and development of internet networks and architecture should continue to be addressed collaboratively by different stakeholder groups, such as the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Internet Architecture Board, and others. Economic and transactional issues, such as internet interconnection charges, should be left to commercial negotiation, consistent with commercial law and regulatory regimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me check anyone online. No. Good. Technical community.
Rosemary Sinclair from .au Domain Administration. I have a comment and a suggestion. The comment is that the draft outcomes document that we've been working on has two additional guidelines. One on the avoidance of duplicating of efforts and another on practical actionable outcomes. So our contemplation of these guidelines needs to include those two additional ones. The second one is a suggestion, and that's that in this part of the document, we actually assist in a respectful way those multilateral fora that we would like to adopt these guidelines in their processes by pointing out which may be the priority guidelines. So just by way of example, and this is just a suggestion, for the GDC possibly, the priority guidelines would be 1, 2, 3, 10, 13 and 14, just as an example. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. No. Academia?
Yes, hello. I'm Jacqueline Pigato from São Paulo State University, Unesp. So, considering that the last 10 years saw an increase in internet governance matters into high politics, and considering the intersection of the digital with the sustainable development goals, there's a natural need for multi-stakeholderism, and this message should be delivered especially to national states. Stakeholders and new processes, such as the Global Digital Compact, have to consider the scope and mandate of already existing international institutions and processes to engage meaningfully, and stakeholders must use this in terms of facilitate coordination and cooperation among these initiatives, which can be done each year at the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Online still? No? Civil society?
Hi, everyone. This is Carolina from the DNS Research Federation. So I actually wanted to address one question by the panel on whether the guidelines are too many or too long. I noticed the consultation had 12 guidelines, and there were 2 additional guidelines added, so we're up to a total of 14. I did this exercise of just reading the first 5, the ones that came as a priority in the consultation, and the guidelines came across as extremely strong when you just focus on the first 5. So I would encourage thinking about prioritizing the guidelines, and this goes also to comments made in the opening today about making the document sharper and really sort of on point. I also wanted to name a few of the guidelines that I think could be collapsed or sort of merged with other ones. This would be guideline 8, 10, 11, and 12. So I'm volunteering those for the drafting committee. And then I wanted to, if I have 55 seconds left, maybe take the opportunity to also comment on the multilateral process, as I was in line for originally for commenting for that. I actually wanted to second Byron's comment that I feel we need to be a bit bolder about the sort of the message that we send to sort of multilateral spaces in terms of what it means for them to incorporate the multi-stakeholder approach. I think it may be worthwhile also calling out the fact that consultations that don't meet the standards that we sort of describe in the document, transparency, feedback on how the input is taken on and so forth, do not constitute a form of multi-stakeholder engagement. Yeah, that's what I have to volunteer. Thank you.
Representing civil society from the virtual participation, we have Mr. Wood Denatris. Feel free to join us, Mr. Woodry.
Yes, thank you, Wout Denatris. Speaking in a personal capacity so that it becomes private sector, unfortunately. What Anna started the session with is that a lot of people in politics and diplomacy are not aware of internet governance. And I think that is the right conclusion. The other thing is that we, being able here in internet governance, we are in our own bubble. We think that everybody knows exactly what it is that we do, but the fact is we don't. So one of the guidelines should perhaps look into liaisons. How do we make sure that messages from one Internet Governance Forum, for example, move to New York or other venues where they are actually heard and understood? Because that's the only way people will be trained that it exists, but also what their own role could be. So I would advocate to include something on lessons learned, on messages shared, but on a more proactive way than it currently is, because that's the only way that we will make sure that people do understand what internet governance is and what they actually can get from internet governance as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move over to private sector.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jimson Olufuye, Affecta. Two comments I would like to make. The first one is to really commend the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. You know, they've shown us a template on how to apply multi-stakeholder principle. I did a quick audit and just making an assessment, I think I put them around 90%. Okay, you can do your own audit anyway, based on these guidelines. So I think it's commendable. Can we appreciate them? Well, secondly, looking at the word implementation, I think we need to be quite diplomatic. You know, we are in a dialogue in this process, okay? And we're not pushing anything in the throat of any organization. It's a good thing to apply multi-stakeholder principle. So I would prefer a lighter or recommend a lighter word that is apply. Maybe instead of implementation, application. Let organization apply. It's a good thing to apply this thing. And instead of saying implement, it's like you say, okay, we're giving you directive. So those are the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to tech.
Hello, Nicolas Fiomarelli. Okay, Nicolas Fiomarelli from the Internet Society Uruguay, but also this time with the dynamic coalition on internet standard security and safety. On the empowering stakeholders guideline, I think it's good to ensure that stakeholders are provided with the necessary information, resources, as said in the outcome draft, but also on the digital tools to participate effectively, emphasizing this integration of unified platforms that all national, regional initiative, dynamic coalition, best practice forums, etc., could use to enable processing and doing the analysis of the stakeholder inputs by demographics, etc., facilitating this dynamic participation that we are looking for this evolving context. On the accountability, I think that it says very well in the outcome draft about these accountable mechanisms, but we need to integrate more reporting systems that maybe shape all document contributions, ensuring that the actions are transparent and open for review as well. So this will have a high level of accountability that could align with what we are looking for, and also, as stated in the document, legal and political responsibilities of protecting human rights. But here I will add that it's not only to protect, but also to include, because we are seeing it right now with the fast-paced developing technology, about these immediate actions to improve online security and safety for actually all internet users. Finally, on the integration with other processes, we need to see that encouraging the adoption of these standards that nowadays are not mandatory. For example, security standards. I can mention DNSSEC, RPKI, IoT security, also quantum-resistant algorithms. This is something crucial, and is a gap in the implementation of security. So in multi-stakeholder participation, we need to think about including the technical community as well to address these important gaps.
Thank you. I take the point everyone should be included, and also the technical community, of course. So back to civil society, as no one else seems to be lining up on the academia side. So, go ahead.
Sébastien Bacholet. I am here as Internet Society France, but I am also chair of the Eurolo, who are the group who gathers the end user within Europe for ICANN. And my first comments will fit for both organizations. Maritime Hall in the previous session talked about end user. Fortunately, in the declaration of NETmundial 2014, there is a reference of end user. In the document today, there are very few, if not, references to the end user. And I think that the multi-stakeholder could be organized like it is today, but don't forget end user. And when we are end user, it's quite difficult to follow all those processes. And we think that the IGF could be a good place to allow each processes to come to give a report on what they are doing, what they will be doing, like that we can be on page each year about what is happening in this arena of internet governance, and if we decide also on the digital governance. I wanted to add one thing about the proposal made by the European Commission. Don't forget the level of the region, and you are a region. And because at the IGF level, there are regional and sub-regional meetings like Eurodig in Europe, and it's important also to take that into account. And in fact, I came to the line to talk about the first question. I will try to be quick. Multilateral processes need to evolve in more multi-stakeholder processes, fostering meaningful engagement, including fostering a more inclusive and multilingual participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. Anyone online there?
We have a comment representing civil society online from Kiki Fong. It says, either model must be able to map it to visually show points and methods of participation and decision-making for different stakeholders. Dispute resolution and whistleblowing mechanisms are a feature of any governance model. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you, and over to government.
Thank you. Susan Chalmers from the United States. In terms of Section 3, we may wish to consider replacing the word mechanisms in the title with the word approaches, because this is more flexible, and it could also inform multi-stakeholder approaches to multilateral processes. We would support adding the text that was offered by the European Commission, as well as inverting paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2, placing the section 3.2 first. Also, we might wish to consider recommending many of the guidelines also to multilateral institutions in the document. It's unclear why we need to constrain these to multi-stakeholder processes in general. So just for example, the first guideline could read, processes should empower stakeholders by providing them with the necessary information, resources, and skills to participate effectively. This is certainly true of any multi-stakeholder approach or mechanism, but it could also be very true for us to recommend this to multilateral processes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the meaning was that the multilateral processes should absorb or kind of use the multi-stakeholder guidelines, but you're right, it might be not very clear in the way the different sections are in the chapter, but happy to look at it. Now we go over to technical community.
Thanks, Lisa. It's just a bit taller. Jordan Carter from the .au domain administration again. I just want to explain my understanding of what these guidelines do. I think they distill the lessons of 25 years of multi-stakeholder internet governance and try to offer them up to the community in a clear and relatively concise way. And we could use them in a number of ways. One would be a basis on which to kind of assess existing multi-stakeholder internet governance processes. So we could apply them to things like ICANN or the IETF to see if we're living up to what we think we're living up to. Another use could be to apply the methodology of multi-stakeholder work to digital policy processes, to adopt Susan Chalmers' label from earlier. So it could be a novel way to solve some of the problems there. And a third use of this could be to influence and instigate changes to multilateral policy processes of any sort, whether it's dealing with internet governance or digital policy or anything else, on the basis that the hard work of building consensus between diverse points of view often leads to better solutions than not doing that. So I think it doesn't matter too much about the distinction that was made earlier, whether it's internet governance or digital governance per se. This should be a useful tool in all sorts of contexts if we get it right. Thanks.
Thank you. And
we have a comment from technical community.
Yes.
So from Every.ia, indeed would be useful for multilateral forms of governance to adopt more methods from the multi-stakeholder toolbox and evolve through practice a little at a time over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we go over to academia.
Hi everyone, my name is Diogo. I'm from the youth program, also a PG student. I'd like to share a contribution specifically to the guidelines number 6, final part, because although it says that all the stakeholders share responsibility when it mentions the protection of human rights, it says that it should remain the responsibility of government. But considering the shared responsibility, the equal footing, and also the rugged principles, also called United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, should the protection of human rights be mentioned to be primary responsibility of governments alone, or should more actors be included? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. No. Good. Over to civil society.
Thank you. My name is Wahid from Tech Global Institute. When discussing the implementation guidelines, we want to emphasize that successful implementation will require clear metrics outlining throughout the process for multi-stakeholder approach, which will hold decision makers accountable to actions they took based on the feedback, and also to keep pace with rapid innovation in the internet. We would also suggest accompanying guidelines with accountability matrices, which goes into measuring compliance among different stakeholders on those principles and actionable approaches to measure them. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one online? Yep.
Yes, we have now Flora Santana represent civil society. Flora, feel free to join us.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Flora Santana. I'm from Sleeping Giants, Brazil. I'm participating online today. So my contribution would be that this draft of the final statement and the comment throughout this event put a special light in the role of governments, placing a special responsibility for these processes on states, which for sure very welcome. However, in this digital age in time, the lack of the different reflection about the role of the private sector in the document is of concern. Given that we are here to reflect on the model of how multi-stakeholder processes actually happen throughout the number of processes ongoing, internationally and nationally, it would be also welcome that the private sector, especially talking about holding the principle here listed earlier, like transparency. For instance, the previous contribution, the point 6 of the guidelines and processes steps for multi-stakeholder collaboration puts a heavy reliance on governments to protect human rights. When the digital sphere happens mainly within private actors. And this is what is fueling the regulation efforts in many countries, which are perceived by many as a threat of fragmentation of the internet. This is, of course, one topic of the draft document, but it shows how the debate sees government in a different light, giving it their power, which is good, which is great, but it also shows the lack of the same approach of an actor that nowadays can and is very powerful as many other countries, which was previously said as well. I'm just finished, which is the private sector. So this speaks also to treat each stakeholder fairly and at the same time empowering other stakeholders in summary equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Then we have technical community.
Thank you. My name is Peter Koch for DNIC, the German top-level domain CCTLD registry. On the process step guidelines, this is a pretty operationalizable step of actions, except the way that the step 5 and 6 are phrased, they are more overarching guidelines and should be treated as such, or rephrased in a manner that makes clear why they appear at that part in the process. My reading is they are actually overarching guidelines and could actually be skipped here. I would also ask the authors to consider listing which of the overarching guidelines are to be achieved by each of the steps. That might be informative to people operationalizing these guidelines, and it would also be helpful, even though we have agreed so far, I guess, that the document already has a certain length, to add 2 or 3 sentences to the beginning of these steps as an interpretation aid. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear an overarching theme also on prioritization and being more clear on the guidelines. So thank you for that feedback. Over to civil society again.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Anderson Santana. Please put on your translation headphones. I will speak in Portuguese. O documento, no item 3.1, destaca que os processos multilaterais precisam ser mais inclusivos para garantir a participação significativa de todas as partes interessadas do Sul Global e que estas devem ser capacitadas a contribuir de forma significativa em todos os estágios de um processo que lide com questões de interesse. Contudo, para isso, é preciso que, inicialmente, seja reforçado esse olhar a partir de origem e realidade de alguns grupos da sociedade, principalmente através de estratos de desigualdade social e disparidades técnicas, por exemplo, entre pessoas que vivem em áreas urbanas, regiões centrais e periféricas, e também rurais, sejam elas quilombolas, indígenas, ribeirinhas e outras. Por isso, de forma genérica, e que se torna viável neste momento, eu sugiro contemplar algo inédito e que não está presente neste ou em outros documentos anteriores da categoria. A atuação deve ser direcionada com diferenças para áreas urbanas e rurais, enquanto ainda não alcançamos a plena igualdade entre as ações para tais comunidades, mas não no sentido de discriminação, e sim para que as ações sejam realmente eficientes para esses públicos, já que não é possível agora listarmos todos os grupos da sociedade. Além disso, não há mais tempo, é urgente o engajamento de todos os setores em todas as partes do mundo para que isso finalmente seja possível, 10 anos depois. Por fim, eu, enquanto jornalista e comunicador popular e ativista, chamo a atenção da imprensa para que amplie a divulgação desses processos e plataformas de consultas, por exemplo. A imprensa cumpre um papel muito importante, mas que deve ser ampliado na área de letramento digital, educação midiática e governança da internet, para capacitar mais, visto que isso também é o cumprimento da função social do jornalismo, também tendo em vista que há uma grande audiência desses veículos e as organizações do terceiro setor estão sobrecarregadas para fazer esse trabalho sozinhas.
Your time is up, right?
One minute, please.
Not a minute. You can get 15 seconds. No, I say 15 seconds.
Oh, thank you. Além disso, as Big Techs e os governos também precisam desempenhar esse apoio em capacitação, assumindo um compromisso de políticas públicas que irão surtir efeito desde a educação básica até finalmente chegar nos espaços de discussão com uma audiência capacitada e pronta para as discussões.
Thank you. Good.
Representing
Yes.
civil society, we have a comment from Marita Irene Mo. In agreement with the suggestion that governments have a responsibility to ensure the empowerment of other stakeholder groups, as I mentioned very early on, there is an issue of political will. Governments who are committed to a multi-stakeholder model have this responsibility. Thank you, Marita.
Thank you. I'm just looking. There is still civil society. Go ahead.
Thank you. I will be really quick. I will make really precise comments on certain guidelines. For example, regarding guideline 7 on agility and adaptability. Agility and adaptability require, we must add that agility and adaptability require both flexibility and respect for two process principles. About guideline 9 on mechanisms for resolving conflicts among stakeholders should be, maybe that principle should be deleted altogether, but if not, we must add some kind of text to avoid using this to, oh, sorry, my hands are trembling a lot. To avoid using this guideline as a way.
You can relax a little bit.
I mean, I have like a lot of things to cover, so I'm trying to rush of it. So we must delete that, or at least avoid using this guideline as a way to punish civil society. We propose at least, if not delete it, adding that such mechanisms must be clear, must provide sufficient notice and ensure fairness. About the Guideline 8 on fairness and equality, accessibility standards are essential to ensure equality in multi-stakeholder processes, and these processes should seek to ensure accommodations such as participation in other languages, as mentioned, but also it's really important to accommodate in hybrid modalities, and also avoiding hostile locations for the meeting in countries that discriminate against vulnerable groups, for example, the IGF of this year. And that's it.
Thank you. You did well, very well. So, good. Yeah.
Olá, bom dia. I will speak português. Boa tarde a todos. Meu nome é Wilson Guilherme. Eu sou de um coletivo que se chama Parte, que pesquisa ativismo e tecnologia no estado de Rondônia, região amazônica brasileira. E minha contribuição ela vem justamente na perspectiva disso, do ponto 4, para pensar como é que a gente pode pautar direitos sociais e democracia sem pensar em questões socioambientais. A gente tem que começar a se apropriar da nossa responsabilidade enquanto governança da internet sobre os danos ambientais que a gente vem gerando. A tecnologia, ela gera danos ambientais, principalmente para o continente africano, mas também para o Brasil e especialmente para o contexto da Amazônia Legal, com o extrativismo ilegal em terras indígenas, em terras quilombolas, em terras rondonienses, em vários espaços. Assumir essa responsabilidade, inserir neste caminho como um princípio que deve ser pensado na governança da internet, acredito que é essencial. Então, encaminho para o ponto 4. Na perspectiva ainda de assumir uma governança que seja com respeito, eu gostaria também de inserir o contexto da responsabilidade da segurança das partes, porque a gente vem pautando IGF em lugares que corpos LGBTQIA+, especialmente trans, não são aceitos e não são toleráveis, sob pena, inclusive, de morte. Então, gostaria que tivesse um pensamento de que, se vamos pautar uma governança que seja participativa e que tenha respeito, que haja uma responsabilidade dos Estados-partes que se propõem a acolher os espaços de governança da internet. Esse ano passado foi o primeiro ano que a gente conseguiu, enquanto pessoas trans, para o IGF, e no próximo ano não estaremos lá, porque não queremos colocar em risco nossas vidas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Powerful statement. Good. I see private sector, and go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mark Daresgaard, Internal Governance Consultant. So, in relation to the structure of the guidelines, they're actually very interesting that it approaches from first a general sentiments structure and then a more practical side, but perhaps we should be thinking about giving more examples to this. This needs to be a little better illustrated. That's the thing, especially the processes, because this looks like a good way to tackle pretty much any internet governance issue, so sort of like a framework, but we need this to be a little more illustrative, because while some of us are very used to this and are doing this all the time, and this makes a lot of sense, I think that to people who are somewhat on the outside, not even fully on the outside, maybe the flux of this process doesn't make a lot of sense. So how do we convert this in the final document into something that feels more like a flow chart, or something that reads better or is better to see? That way we will be able to do this in a more impactful manner, something that's more shareable, something that people will be able to socialize, because the content itself is pretty good. I'm just trying to think from the perspective of how we share this with our stakeholders when we come back. We'll probably adapt all of this into exactly what I'm saying, so we might as well try to aim for the final outcome to have something like that, something that's easier to consume and something easier to reproduce, that, you know, catches the eye better. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
We have a comment from academia.
Okay, let's go with that.
So from Diana Montenegro, it is necessary to record that during this session, several participants requested that the objective of reducing economic inequalities, novel digital organization need to be included in the final draft document, as well as to recognize the principle of fair share, apply for human works and human content creators in digital sphere. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. And now over to civil society.
Thank you. Just one suggestion to the guide.
Present yourself.
Sorry. Jason Pielmeyer from the Global Network Initiative. Just one suggestion in the enumerated guidelines for multi-stakeholder collaboration, consensus building, decision making, number 6, which speaks of the responsibilities of stakeholders, would suggest adding a reference to the UN guiding principles on human rights and noting that the private sector has a responsibility to respect human rights under that framework. The current language focuses on the legal and political accountability for states, for governments, which is good and should remain, but suggest making that reference to the UN guiding principles framework as well.
Good. Now, I don't see any other speakers at the moment. What we would like to do is to discuss a bit the ranking that has been done and also on the prioritization, because many of you are highlighting that we need to prioritize some of the guidelines. But they were prioritized in the consultation because that was an open consultation where many of you gave input and prioritized the ranking of the different guidelines. So I'm eager to hear, because we have also suggestions on collapsing some of them into fewer guidelines, but still having kind of the same content, but we might have overlapping content in some of the guidelines. So if we could get some feedback from you now on this, that could be helpful. And we're showing the ranking up here. That was done in the consultation, but would be helpful to see if you agree or you think we should do it differently. Yes?
Hi, this is Carolina again. So one approach we could take is saying some of the guidelines are sort of essential, and then sort of listing the additional ones. But if you have 5 that come across like very strong and get to sort of the core of what needs to be done, I think could be a way of doing it. I also wanted to highlight. I understand there's different maybe mathematical ways of doing the priority of or sort of tallying the responses from the consultation. I ran the sort of weight of the different responses and got a slightly different order from what's shown here on the screen, and another colleague had the same thing. And I think that has to do with methodology, so that's something maybe to consider. The ones that I think really are sort of essential, and I can quickly read those, are be accessible to all stakeholders, provide stakeholders information, resources, and skills to enable effective participation, be based on the principle of mutual respect and recognize the value of diverse viewpoints, have a component of informed deliberative discussion, and be governed by human rights, which is the one by, I think it's the one of rule of law, but I summarize it as that. So I think those are like the really essential ones if I had to sort of volunteer a priority list.
Thank you. So we have an idea of essential guidelines and then see how the rest fits in, but governments.
Thank you, Liz. This is Olga Cavalli
from the University of the Defense of Argentina. Looking at the ranking and responding to your question, I think that, well, the list is quite interesting, but I think that the number 1, 2, and 3 could be collapsed with 12, because empower stakeholders with info and skills is similar to capacity building, and also informed and deliberative discussions is like capacity building and empower stakeholders, and also treating each other with mutual respect could be somehow collapsed in one. I cannot think about the language now, but it's something that you may think about later. But I think capacity building is somehow in the 1, 2, and 3 items. And thank you.
Thank you. Private sector.
Sure, thanks a lot. Jim Prendergast with the Galway Strategy Group. Just to follow up on what Carolina said, I think we've heard a lot about how we package this for external audiences. So I think the idea of prioritizing will make it more digestible for people who aren't here or who are not within the immediate orbit. So thanks.
Thank you. Technical community.
This is Peter Koch from DINIC, Germany CCTLD Registry. 2 points. One on the process. I heard you say that, well, this has been prioritized as a consequence of the consultation, but I would encourage the authors to not follow too strictly whatever algorithm has put out as the list, right? Different methods would come to different results, and also the result needs to be consistent overall, which is not what your numbers ranking automatically produces. Second point, and I can echo previous speakers, the concrete ordering of 1 or 2 or 3 guidelines against each other is probably not too important, and reasonable people can come to a lot of different results here. I would suggest that what was called packaging, or have high-level guidelines. And also there is an engineering razor that suggests the solution isn't perfect if you can't add anything, but is perfect if you cannot remove anything. In that spirit, maybe aiming at more high-level guidelines, try to combine some of them to reach that higher level. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting perspective. Academia.
Jeanette Hofmann, Germany. An alternative to prioritizing them would be to cluster them around certain topics, norms and principles, and the quality of outcomes would be sort of 2 clusters, and within the clusters we could try to merge some who say similar things. That's perhaps a better solution than prioritizing, because all the principles are somewhat important.
Thank you. Anyone online? No. Over to civil society.
Hi, I'm Bertrand Lachapelle for Internet and Jurisdiction and Datasphere Initiative. Actually, Janet has stole my thunder, because this is exactly what I wanted to mention. When I presented the list of prioritization, I made the remark that actually the listing was not really a very, very strong order, and I completely agree with Peter that you could use a different weighting. And the clustering is a very good idea, because it can group together the things that relate to the behavior of people, to the things that are put forward by the organizers of the processes, the things that are related to the outcomes. And I take the opportunity to make a side comment. We are not addressing, because we actually didn't do, and that was probably a mistake, a slide about the process steps. I encourage you to have a look at the portion related to process steps, because if you remember, Jennifer Chung mentioned something in the session this morning about the notion of solution shaping. We're focusing a lot, and this is just a side comment, on the notion of decision-making, which is sometimes threatening for the people who have the current decision-making power, be it the governments or the companies or so. a lot of the discussion that we have here about how to bring more participation, more engagement in multilateral processes is by making this distinction. The multilateral process continues to have the final say in the adoption of something. But the more participatory the preparatory stages are, the more we adopt those guidelines to shape the solution, the more likely the solution is going to be a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to government.
Thank you. Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. And just to thank all the people for so many valuable inputs on both parts of this section, on 3.1 and 3.2. I think there's a lot to think about, a lot to digest by the HLAC, where I'm part of it, on these sections. And we will do our best, as we've been saying before. And I guess we will be disappointing everyone a little bit, or hopefully disappointing everyone equally. At the same time, I just wanted to also draw your attention to one point of the outcome document, which is saying that these guidelines are meant to be a living document. So don't be afraid. This is not the end of the film, of the movie. The intention is really that this discussion continues, that this is a living document, that this is dealt as we recommend, at least, and I haven't heard anyone against it, in the framework of the IGF. So I'm looking forward to so many discussions there, this year's IGF or future IGFs, and in the intersessional process. And yeah, there's lots of things, metrics, accountability, systems of looking how these guidelines are respected. But yeah, let's be patient, let's not rush into changing everything from the bottom up. We have a good basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge, for this. I'm going to take the technical community and close the lines because we need to wrap up. And it says 11 minutes on my screen. So technical community, and then we'll wrap up with the moderators and our rapporteur.
Rosemary Sinclair from .au, Domain Administration. My suggestion about the prioritising of the guidelines really goes to our purpose in including them in this outcomes document, which is to focus on multilateral processes and to encourage those processes to include multi-stakeholders for the purpose of better solution shaping. So in that context, my suggestion is that they be reordered around making those processes accessible in the first place, and then empowering and building the capacity of stakeholders to be able to participate effectively in those processes, so that everybody has a good experience, and that experience builds confidence and enables deeper involvement using in the IAP2 public consultation spectrum, where you're moving from just informing, consulting, involving, engaging and empowering. It's a journey, but it's built on confidence coming from experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's one online.
Yes, there's one more.
Go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Representing civil society, we have our last contribution from Nimena Nwakama. Please feel free to join us, Nimena. Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Apologies, I was waiting for my mic to be opened. This is Nina. I'm from the internet. Being given authorization to show my face. I am in Dakar today. I was just planning to do a quiet watch over this and not say anything, but I think it was Bertrand de la Chapelle that made me get up. I want to say a few words on 3 things for the 2 minutes that I have. The first is the trust issue. For everything we do, our biggest product is trust. The reason most of us have come back to NETmundial after 10 years is because we trusted the process. We still trust the process. We may not be there in person, but we would trust the product because we've trusted the process. And that is one of the things I want to put out to everyone who is in Sao Paulo today or who has been following all of our internet and digital governance issues. The second is that over the years, we are beginning to slide back into multilateralism. And these days, I'm beginning to hear multilateralism being used in the place of multi-stakeholderism. I do understand that states will ultimately be the decision makers, but please, let's watch that language of having multilateralism being understood as multi-stakeholderism. Last point is on tokenization. You know me from NETmundial of 2014. Over these years, over these 10 years, I have seen an increased tokenization of civil society. I have seen an increased trend of tokenization of women, and I've seen an increased tokenization of people from the global majority. And so these days, I no longer show up in meetings because I may be invited just so there will be a woman from the South, an African woman, just for photo purposes. And I think this is one of the things we should watch in the processes. Once again, I am here to say, let's watch out for the threat of tokenization. Let's watch out for the threat of using multilateralism to include multi-stakeholder and finally replace it. And let us please keep building trust. All the very best and have a great day. My name is Nena. I come from the internet and I'll be here today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Nena. And thank you for contributing. Good, and I would like to thank all of you for staying here. What a perseverance. We have now 5 minutes to wrap up. I've asked Sebastian to do it in 5 minutes, and then I hope you'll all join us in having some nice talks together after. I think there are some cocktails afterwards.
Well, thank you very much. I took a lot of notes, plenty of them, because I think this is it was an excellent session. Plenty of content, plenty of good ideas and good discussions, so I really like to appreciate that. These are notes that I've taken. I will try to summarize. This is not the final notes for the HLAC to consider in the final document, by no means. I mean, there is a group of rapporteurs that are taking notes. So my point is, if your thing is not here, I mean, it's not that it's falling out. I mean, it's someone else taking notes somewhere in order to feed the process. My mind, I think it was a general support for the results of the consultation as presented. There were several requests to refinements and edits, but the outcome in general is seen as positive. We have a couple of proposed refinements, such as change of titles, moving words here and there, but I think we are apparently in the right track, and that's my sense. There was a very interesting discussion on the way that we're going to package this and we present this in order for it to be effective, specifically on the ranking sides, the numeric representation. So I think that's something we need to consider as well. I think there are several things that I took note of. How flexible should be in order to identify who a stakeholder is in this process, and how open-minded we should be. We, as a more collective and plural we. In this case, not just this room, but everyone running these processes. There was one line that I really liked. Unless engagement is consistent and sustained, the value of multi-stakeholder approach is far from being achieved. And I think that summarizes in some way the spirit of that. Meaningful participation was also a big bit of the discussion, and I think something that was very meaty and interesting. There was a call for actionable and concrete steps to promote participation. I took at least, some of our colleagues that spoke too quickly, but I tried to summarize what she said. I hope she committed to share the list, the full list in text later on, but some things that I extracted from that, because I saw myself in the position several times. Requesting information in registration, ensure timely access to documents, interpretations, and speaking sessions, submit written opinions. Each stakeholder should have equitable time to participate and accessible platforms. So I think those are things that we are kind of enjoying here and has to be replicated in many other processes, and use this as a model of that, but we need to emphasize on that. One thing coming from a governmental representative that I noted as well is that at the end of the day, governments are responsible for ensuring that effective implementation is crucial to achieving the goal, in implementation of the multi-stakeholder principles. So I think that is an important learning to me as well. Multi-stakeholder mechanism should find a way to solve asymmetries of power. It's been something that is been discussed, and these asymmetries of power has to do not only with the kind of organizations, but also in terms of human and economic resources, that sometimes are not symmetric. The final thing that I wanted to highlight is that there was a general support for the IGF. That was my sense. And the IGF, as also when we discussed the GDC as an example, the IGF as the follow-up mechanism for whatever comes out of the GDC process. And one thing that I think in the HLAC we need to focus on is we need to be bolder in the way we presented it. The document should be stronger when it comes to guidelines. There is no agreement on whether the guidelines are too many or too few, but there is a need for prioritization. And again, to use a bolder language, because these are bold times that needs bolder stances. So I think that's my summary. I hope I catch the spirit of the session.
I think you did, and even if your suggestion wasn't mentioned, we will make sure that we will take everything into account. I would like to thank all of you for very constructive suggestions, and I am impressed by the brain power that is here and good at giving suggestions. I see Anna wants to say something, so Anna.
I'd just like to congratulate the civil society because they were really great in this session. So thank you very much to the civil society, to all stakeholders, of course, but civil society especially.
But I would also like to thank our host, because they have worked very hard to make this happen, and I think it's an important event. NETmundial is It's wonderful to be back 10 years after and still see the trust and the support, but also the power that is in the different communities. So thank you to our hosts. And with that, I'll conclude this session and hand over to the other moderator.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Well, I'm the host. You are the moderator, and you did a very good, very, very good job. I would kindly ask you to return to your seats. We're going to the closing remarks now, okay? Before we go to the closing remarks, I would like to remind you that we have Wi-Fi in the event, and the information is at the back of your badges, all right? And now, for the closing remarks of this first day of event, I would like to call back on stage Mr. Hartmut Glaser. Welcome back.
Depois de dia como esse de hoje, chegar vivo até o fim do dia é uma vitória. Eu posso dizer de sinceridade total que nós estávamos muito preocupados como começamos o dia. E um evento como esse traz muitas implicações, muitos detalhes, mas eu me lembro quando organizamos o nosso evento do IGF no Rio de Janeiro, em 2007, Nitin Desai, na época, era o secretário do IGF, e ele falou o seguinte: ninguém comentou nenhum problema negativo para mim, portanto, o evento foi um sucesso. Eu agradeço a equipe toda que trabalhou muito bem, mas ninguém comentou nada comigo. Então, nós chegamos ao primeiro dia com esse excelente resultado. E eu posso anunciar que agora vem a parte mais importante, é o relax. Aí fora tem coisas boas aguardando, vamos curtir, vamos aproveitar, networking, conversas. É muito importante num evento como esse fazer amizades, criar realmente novas redes de comunicação. E a gente, cada vez mais, construir uma internet inclusiva, democrática, aberta para todos. Aproveitem agora o momento social e amanhã estamos de volta para mais um dia de trabalho. Muito obrigado a todos.